Chapter 1. Blasts of overcast winds slashed at the skin. It was the summer of June, and Ji Mingxia was in his sleep, stunned by being frozen. A strange shadow suddenly appeared in the boys' dormitory, and was standing right in front of Ji Mingxia. The dim light in the distance reflected into the boys' dormitory, and in the darkness, the shadow was darker than the night, and the waist-length hair covered his face. The body is thin and jagged, and the hands and feet are slender and long, showing a completely abnormal proportion of the human body. When Ji Mingxia saw it, it was reaching out, and its sharp nails like dead branches climbed onto the boy's face opposite. The unfortunate little poor groaned in pain immediately. Ji Mingxia was in a bad mood, and the little quilt wrapped tightly around him shivered. This is the live version of the Ghost Press. Ji Mingxia just wore a book tonight. 4 hours ago, Ji Mingxia was just a 19-year-old ordinary otaku. Although it is a book, but in Ji Mingxia's view, it is more like the alternation of parallel time and space. Because he is holding her body and wearing the pajamas she was wearing before, Ji Mingxia, a big living person, was stunned and integrated into this world without any sense of disobedience. The original Ji Mingxia has long since disappeared. It is estimated that this original body is wearing his world. In this regard, Ji Mingxia was so envious that she wanted to cry. His world is ordinary, without any supernatural science world. But the world of this book is different. The original work of this novel is a Tanmei horror copy. The protagonist Yu Ning, who is lying opposite Ji Mingxia at the moment, the unlucky child who was pressed by a ghost, was born with a purine constitution, attracting mysterious events. From childhood to adulthood, she suffered a lot, until she met the protagonist Gong Pei Yuan in college, and Yu Ning's life gradually improved. The story started when Yu Ning went to college. The husband and wife joined hands to fight monsters. The horror dungeons were one after another, and they never stopped. Yu Ning and Pei Yuan fell in love with each other because of their introverted personalities and did not actively confess to each other. At this time, Yu Ning's high school classmate was accidentally involved in a terrorist incident. In the process of helping high school classmates, Yu Ning finally achieved a positive result with Pei Yuan under the guidance of high school classmates. The high school classmate in charge of assisting is naturally Ji Mingxia. According to the normal book-wearing routine, Ji Mingxia should wear it until college, and according to the development of the plot, instruct Yu Ning to correctly understand his sexual orientation, and encourage him to be with Pei Yuan. However, at this moment, Ji Mingxia wore it until the eve of the college entrance examination, before the story began. Fortunately, he just passed the college entrance examination and has not forgotten his high school knowledge. The Ji Mingxia of this world is almost the same as Ji Mingxia himself in terms of appearance, background, and growth experience. It's just that Ji Mingxia in this world is 1 year younger than him, and in the process of growing up, he had a boyfriend and had experience in love. The reason for getting younger is to be a high school classmate with the protagonist Yu Ning. Having been in love and having a boyfriend is to pave the way for the identity of a love mentor. Both of these changes are for the plot. If there is no accident, Ji Mingxia in this world will encounter the terrorist incident probably 2 years later. As long as Yu Ning does not die, the whole world will proceed normally. Even if he encounters danger 2 years later, Ji Mingxia will be safe. After figuring this out, Ji Mingxia felt relieved a little, lay in the unfamiliar boys' dormitory, and fell asleep in a daze. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, I was woken up. Ji Mingxia was stunned at this moment. The dark shadows had completely covered Yu Ning. In the darkness, Yu Ning's face could not be seen, only the sound of his rapid breathing came out from time to time, and the voice contained struggle and pain. Ji Mingxia grabbed the quilt nervously, her palms wet with sweat. He didn't understand why he came across such a scene. In the original book, Yu Ning is an orphan with a different appearance from ordinary people. Even in big cities, such children are not welcome, not to mention in the backward Funan County, where the population of the county is mostly middle-aged and elderly. The atmosphere of the entire county is more closed and superstitious, and almost everyone regards it as he is like a catastrophe and a beast, and he cannot be avoided. Yu Ning was excluded from childhood and grew up and developed a withdrawn character. Before he met Pei Yuan, Yu Ning had never been caring and warm in his life, and no one would help him when he was in danger. At this moment, Ji Mingxia wants to help him, but he doesn't know what to do. In this crisis-ridden world, he just wore it for the first night, in case if he is not careful, he does something that changes the plot. The protagonist has the aura of the protagonist, but he doesn't have a passerby. Ji Mingxia tried to convince herself in her heart. At this moment, Yu Ning's voice suddenly disappeared. The dormitory fell into an eerie silence. After a while, the sound of human skin being cut open came out thinly. A faint smell of blood rushed to Ji Mingxia's nose. Ji Mingxia was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, he only felt a pain in the palm of his hand, as if the person whose hand had just been cut was himself. He was stunned for a moment, then touched the wounded palm with his other hand, and found that the skin of the palm was smooth and there was no wound at all. No matter how tightly he wrapped the quilt, it was completely ineffective. This coolness seems to emanate from the bones, and there is no way to investigate it, let alone crack it. The fear of dying swept through Ji Mingxia's whole body. At the juncture of life and death, Ji Mingxia's mind suddenly flashed, suddenly raised his head, and looked in the direction of Yu Ning. No! The protagonist is in danger, so the supporting characters can't live? This world is so idealistic, so unreasonable. Ji Mingxia was about to vomit fragrance, but no matter how much he complained in his heart, he could not change the status quo. Seeing that the dark shadow is getting thicker and thicker, it almost wants to get into Yu Ning's body. In order to save his life, Ji Mingxia can only grit his teeth, and his hands are almost frozen with a slight trembling, stretched out from the quilt, and waved fiercely toward the edge of the bed. Bang bang bang! Bang! Several decorative glass bottles, mugs for drinking water, and bottled beverages that he had placed by the bedside were all swept away by him. The sound of various bottles falling and shattering exploded in the dormitory, like a thunderstorm, which suddenly woke up those who were still asleep. In the boys' dormitory, including Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning, a total of 6 people lived. Who, crazy? Which SB is in the middle of the night, so that no one can sleep? What's the situation? 2 of the boys reflexively took out their mobile phones and turned on the flashlight function, and took a picture of them at the dormitory. The ghost had disappeared before she knew it, and only Yu Ning sat quietly on the bed with her head lowered slightly. Because the person holding the phone is behind him, so Yu Ning is behind his back. His face was hidden in the darkness, and his expression could not be seen clearly, but the violent heaving of his chest confirmed that he was still alive. Ji Mingxia wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and quickly said to everyone, "I'm sorry, I'm so sleepy, I accidentally overturned the bottle and cup." He said, quickly got up and turned on the lights in the dormitory. The bright lights dispelled the last chill in the dormitory. Ji Mingxia poured a glass of water for each of the 5 roommates, handed them water, and frantically apologized. "I'll invite everyone to dinner tomorrow," Ji Mingxia said. "It's you." The roommates had a good relationship with Ji Mingxia. Seeing his good apology, they were not so angry. "What are you dreaming about, boy? You are so excited. It's not enough to eat. I haven't understood the question that the old class said today, you can explain it to me tomorrow. Playing ball tomorrow evening, lend me your shoes, otherwise we will never finish." Ji Mingxia nodded frantically, "All right, I promise you all." He was so refreshing, and the roommates felt at ease. After drinking water, they all lay back and continued to sleep. Ji Mingxia breathed a sigh of relief, walked over to Yu Ning's bed, and handed him the last glass of water. When Ji Mingxia came through, everyone was ready to sleep. It was dark at night, and Yu Ning kept the backlight, so Ji Mingxia didn't see his face until now. Ji Mingxia had read the novel and knew that Yu Ning looked different from ordinary people. Ra was prepared, but when he saw Yu Ning's appearance, he was still shocked. Yu Ning's skin is extremely white, as if he has been losing blood all year round, so pale that it penetrates people. His facial bones are 3-dimensional, and his facial features are exquisite. Every detail seems to be carefully carved by God, and there is no imperfection. Only that pair of eyes, one eyeball is black, and the other eye is abnormally gray. If Yu Ning simply had both gray eyes, he wouldn't be so penetrating. The black and the gray are partial to form a pair of yin and yang eyes. Eyes like this, matched with his perfect and almost weird appearance, in such a deep night, not only did the delicate appearance not add any points, but it became more and more eerie, not like a living person. Just looking at it makes me feel chills. Thinking of the ghost just now, Ji Mingxia could not wait to throw the water glass and escape back to his bed. When Ji Mingxia was reading, she never understood that Yu Ning was so good-looking. Just because she was an orphan and had a pair of different pupils, she was excluded and could not make friends. But now he is in the book, and he finally understands that although everyone is Yango, they are more cherished. Everyone has a survival instinct. Every detail of Yu Ning is screaming weird and dangerous. Anyone who doesn't want to die just wants to stay away from him. However, Yu Ning's action was one step faster than Ji Mingxia. Aware that Ji Mingxia was looking at his gray eyes, Yu Ning turned his head slightly, avoided Ji Mingxia's gaze, and once again hid his face in the darkness. Sweat left along his forehead, wet his hair, eyebrows and eyes, and the blue blood vessels on his neck, making Yu Ning's complexion as pale as paper. He shrunk there, like a little beast that no one cares about. At the same time, it is strange, but also a bit lonely and pitiful. Ji Mingxia was originally annoyed. An accident happened to Yu Ning, why should he also be in danger? However, seeing Yu Ning like this at the moment, the annoyance suddenly disappeared, and it was a little unbearable. He is a straight man, but he insists on reading most of this Tanmei horror novel, and most of it is because of Yu Ning. He likes the role of Yu Ning. After Yu Ning and Pei Yuan were together, the emotional scenes gradually increased. Ji Mingxia looked really uncomfortable, so she gave up the text. After all, she is the paper man she longs for. However, the supporting role should have the self-consciousness of the supporting role. In order not to add drama to herself, Ji Mingxia quickly put the water glass on the table, deliberately ignoring Yu Ning's injured left hand, turned around and picked up the broken water glass on the floor by herself. During the period, Ji Mingxia faintly felt that eyes were falling on him, and he didn't know whether it was Yu Ning looking at him or an illusion created by his nervousness. He hurriedly looked for an opportunity and glanced back. Yu Ning was still sitting there upright, maintaining his previous posture, with a miserable appearance, and he didn't have time to look at him at all. Ji Mingxia breathed a sigh of relief, and was completely relieved. Chapter 2. Ji Mingxia, Ji Mingxia. Hey, Mingxia, wake up. Ji Mingxia turned over and muttered, "Why, it's still dark. I'm going to be late, get up early for self-study." Early study? Ji Mingxia was stunned for a moment, then sat up slowly, until she saw the people in the dormitory, and then she realized that he was already wearing a book. It is still on the eve of the evil college entrance examination. Although the school does not have clear regulations, basically the senior high school students who are in the final stage of the sprint have defaulted to getting up at 5:30 and starting class at 6 o'clock. Ji Mingxia is really sad. He just experienced such an exciting thing last night, and he has to go to class the next day. Is this something that people do? Turned her head and glanced at the opposite side. Yu Ning's bed was neatly folded, and she had long since disappeared. It was estimated that she had gone to class in the morning, fighting with ghosts at night, and studying during the day without falling behind. According to the original book, Yu Ning finally took the first test in the city and went directly to a top college to change his life. Look at this young, energetic, worthy of the protagonist. Ji Mingxia wailed in her heart, got up resignedly, and walked towards the cafeteria with her roommates. At around 6 in the morning in summer, the sun has risen and the sky is bright, but today the sky is particularly gloomy. Dark sky, the whole campus is shrouded in gray-black clouds. The students in black school uniforms walked quietly and silently on the road, most of them bowed their heads and could not see their faces. In the gusts of gloomy wind, from a distance, it does not look like the campus he is familiar with, but rather like the ghost school game he played a while ago. What are you looking at? At this moment, one of the roommates came over and asked curiously. What Ji Mingxia is wearing is familiar to him, no matter the location or the school environment. Just because of Yu Ning's existence, there are slight changes. For example, the 5 roommates in front of me are all strangers to Ji Mingxia now. But when he just washed, he had already memorized the names of 5 people. The person who is talking to him at this moment is named Zhao Shuiyue, who loves to play football on weekdays, and has a good relationship with Ji Mingxia around the table. I feel like there are quite a few people in class today, Ji Mingxia said. During this time period, only high school resident students will come to study in the morning. There are 3 schools in total. Generally speaking, the probability of encountering classmates on the road is very low. Zhao Shuiyue heard the words and looked around strangely. Yes, isn't it just the 5 of us? Where are their people? Ji Mingxia was stunned for a moment, then looked at the group of people walking with their heads down. Ji Mingxia's back was cold, and she almost got goosebumps. He suddenly remembered that last night, when all the roommates were sound asleep, he was the only one who woke up cold and saw a ghost with his own eyes. Come on, no. He is just a plain and simple supporting role, why give him such perverted skills? The whole way, Ji Mingxia was very bad. Fortunately, although he was panicking in his heart, his face was very calm. None of his roommates noticed anything unusual about him. At most, he was just wondering why Ji Mingxia was walking next to people all the time. As a web novel, what kind of thunder is most likely to be blocked by readers? No, neither. It's playing with CP, it's a magic ending, it's the protagonist who doesn't have a good end in the end, and the B that ends in depression. Ji Mingxia, as the love mentor of the protagonists, is not important at first glance, but without his suggestion, Yu Ning would not recognize his feelings, the emotional line B, equivalent to the story B. Can you bear this? Even Ji Mingxia, a straight male reader, can't bear it, not to mention knocking on CP to fly. Oh, so many readers. So as long as Yu Ning is alive, for the sex/blessing life of Yu Ning's lower body, he will definitely have a chance to appear. Come to find him such a chicken and a small supporting role. At this moment, Yu Ning, who lowered his head, suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of Ji Mingxia. Ji Mingxia was shocked, but fortunately, she was very calm. He immediately activated the strabismus dafa. Without moving his head or moving his body, he rolled his eyes slightly, and his eyes focused on Yu Ning's front desk, the roommate who was busy writing and rushing homework. This question is wrong, it's B. Ji Mingxia said. The roommate heard the words and quickly clicked the following question. What about this question? A. Ji Mingxia said. Damn it, bro. The roommate blew a rainbow fart. That's it. Ji Mingxia smiled, then turned around and sat down naturally. He didn't dare to look at Yu Ning again for the rest of the day. Clouds shrouded Funan County all day, until the evening self-study time. It finally rained heavily. They are all students who are about to take the college entrance examination. The school is more nervous about their physical condition than the students. The teacher specially notified the parents to come and pick up the children. As for the students in the dormitory, the school distributed umbrellas, one for every 2 people, and went back to the dormitory to take a hot bath and drink the soup. Basically no problem. Mingxia, let's go, the classroom is going to turn off the lights, I will do my homework back in the dormitory. Resident students will finish their evening self-study classes later than day students. Finally, when the last bell rang, the students left the classroom in a swarm. Seeing that Ji Mingxia was still painting on the seat, Zhao Shuiyue shouted. It's done early, here I come. Just as Ji Mingxia put the notebook in the drawer, the lights in the classroom were dimmed. In 2 minutes, the entire teaching building was deserted. There is no vibrant voice of the students, only torrential rain pounding on the building. The already cold campus seems to be entering autumn and winter ahead of schedule. A gust of wind blows, and the coolness almost penetrates into one's bones. Ji Mingxia came out late, just walked to the door of the classroom. The wind with raindrops hit him, he was already too cold, and the whole person shivered. "Are you all right?" Zhao Zhuoyue asked quickly when he saw Ji Mingxia's face was not good. The rest of the roommates also turned their heads one after another, seeing that Ji Mingxia's face was a little pale, obviously suffering from the cold. After discussing with each other, they shared an umbrella and handed it to Ji Mingxia. "Let him hold it alone. Walking with an umbrella is not easy to get wet in the rain." "Didn't you say two people are one? How can there be a separate umbrella for me?" Ji Mingxia said strangely. Ji Mingxia twitched the corners of his mouth. "Are you sure you took care of me?" "Why, I'm too bold to talk back, right? Forget who woke us up last night? You don't have an umbrella." Several roommates were fierce and authentic. Ji Mingxia felt everyone's concern, and for the first time felt that the world might be slightly better than he thought. He reluctantly said, "I'm serious, this umbrella is so big, how can three people walk? Zhuozhua, you and me go with an umbrella." "Don't, I want to go with Brother Chen," Zhao Zhuoyue said quickly. Ji Mingxia took a closer look, only to realize that there were 4 roommates in front of him, 2 of whom had an umbrella, and the distribution was just right. The extra umbrella. He suddenly thought of something, turned around quickly, and glanced at the classroom behind him. The lights in the classroom have been turned off, and only the not-so-bright lights in the aisle are left, barely reflecting the surroundings. In the dim classroom, Yu Ning was standing on the seat with his head down, not knowing what he was doing, motionless. Zhao Zhuoyue noticed Ji Mingxia's actions and said quickly, "Look at him, he has an umbrella himself. I saw him with an umbrella today." Another roommate said, "You wouldn't want to go back with him, would you? Ji Mingxia is about to take the college entrance examination. Calm down, whoever has this guy is unlucky." Most of the senior 3 students are adults, but they are not as impulsive as junior high school students. Everyone hates Yu Ning and is afraid of Yu Ning, but few people directly conflict with him. Most people avoided him. Don't look at him, don't communicate with him, treat him as air, and at the same time avoid him. Although cold violence is not as pushing and beating, but for mature people, it is more lethal. Everyone is using their actions to silently tell Yu Ning that he is an alien and a monster that everyone hates. Reason told Ji Mingxia that, as a qualified supporting role, he should obey everyone's wishes, keep Yu Ning isolated, and go back to the dormitory with everyone alone. But emotionally, Ji Mingxia couldn't bear it, so he had this umbrella for himself, which originally belonged to him and Yu Ning. "I didn't think that when I read the novel before, but now I've seen it through myself. I realize that this vicious supporting role is not something ordinary people can do. A raise, he urges the world to give him a raise." An answer to Ji Mingxia's inner cry was a gloomy wind that was colder than winter. A black shadow appeared on the glass in the classroom, long nails stuck out and climbed onto Yu Ning's back. At first glance, Yu Ning looked like he was carrying a large object that he could not see clearly. And that thing, bit by bit, drilled into his body. Yu Ning lowered his head, clenched his fists, stood motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. Ji Mingxia's pupils shrank, and he almost jumped up. "I'm really afraid of what to do," he said. "Why it's so cold tonight? It's not because of the rain, but this terrifying shadow, and it's here again. Mingxia, the teaching building is about to close. Leave him alone, let's go," several roommates urged. Ji Mingxia wanted to cry without tears. "I really want to leave now, but I can't." Chapter 3. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to take, Ji Mingxia said with difficulty. "What?" Ji Mingxia hurriedly said, "I forgot to take my homework book." "Workbook?" Zhao Zhuoyue said strangely, "Didn't you just say you finished it?" Xinjin also said, "Yes, when I was studying in the evening, I saw you finish it with my own eyes." "Ji Mingxia, why do you two have such a good memory at a time like this?" "The test paper, it's the test paper." Ji Mingxia had no choice but to talk nonsense. Everyone looked at him helplessly. Although Ji Mingxia tried very hard to find a reason, but he is not a good liar, just the guilty expression on his face. As long as his eyes are not blind, you can see that he is lying. Mingxia, you really want to go with him? People may not be happy yet. When did you and Yu Ning have such a good relationship? When Ji Mingxia heard this, he waved his hands frantically. No, I'm not familiar with him, it's not good at all. Don't add dramas to supporting roles, readers hate adding dramas the most these days. Zhao Shuozhuo said, how about I go in and get it for you? Ji Mingxia suddenly got stuck. He doesn't really mind if it's normal. But no one knows what is going on in the classroom at the moment. He went in to help Yu Ning to save his own life. It was dark at this time. Seeing Ji Mingxia's silence, the roommates didn't want to waste any more time. Come on, we'll be waiting for you. Ji Mingxia smiled wryly, turned to look at the eerie classroom, took a deep breath, and daring to go back in. As soon as I stepped into the classroom, a cool feeling hit. For thunderstorms, it should be cooler outside than inside. Ji Mingxia seized the time, raised his hand and patted the switch. With a click, the switch was clicked by Ji Mingxia, but the strange thing was that the lights in the classroom did not turn on. The lights in the school classrooms will automatically go out at the time, but if the students need to continue their studies in it, as long as the switch is turned on, the lights will continue to be on. In the boys' dormitory last night, although ghosts also appeared, the lights did not affect the use. This ghost can already control the power after only one night of work? Could it be that Lan Xiang's talents graduated? Ji Mingxia complained in her heart, trying to ignore her inner fear. There are several roommates waiting for him outside, and Yu Ning's situation can't be delayed. There is no electric light, so Ji Mingxia can only pick up the mobile phone, turn on the flashlight function, and take a picture in the direction of Yu Ning. I have to say that the dim classroom itself is scary enough, but after turning on the flashlight function, it is not much better at all. The only gratifying thing is that as Ji Mingxia got closer, the lights became brighter and the ghosts began to shrink. During this period, Ji Mingxia was also worried that Yu Ning would suddenly ask a question, but fortunately, Yu Ning kept his head down, like an unconscious puppet. The roommate outside could not see the ghost, and Yu Ning lost consciousness again. Yu Ning's seat is in the last row of the group against the wall in the classroom. Ji Mingxia was the third last. Ji Mingxia moved to his position in small steps while taking a picture of the ghost, focusing all the light sources on Yu Ning. Under his unremitting efforts, the ghost figure became smaller and smaller, disappearing behind Yu Ning little by little. Seeing the ghosts disappear completely, Ji Mingxia's tense muscles loosened, and he slowly put down the phone, and people gradually relaxed. Just as she was about to praise herself for being dutiful, resourceful, and brave, suddenly, Ji Mingxia faintly noticed something unusual. Not true. In the dormitory last night, after the shadow disappeared, the temperature of the dormitory quickly rose and everything returned to normal. But after the ghost disappeared, the classroom was still as cold as an ice cellar. Not only did nothing recover, but he always felt like someone was watching him. Yu Ning lowered his head and couldn't see his face clearly. The ghost behind him disappeared. As for the roommates, they were all chatting and playing with their mobile phones outside the classroom, and didn't even look inside. So who? Ji Mingxia couldn't help but look around. Just when he thought he was overhearted, suddenly, a hand came to the end of his eye. The blue-white, bloodless hand, with a blood-red ring on the index finger, was pressing on his shoulder. He sees. Ah! Ji Mingxia screamed and took a step forward uncontrollably. There was a desk in front of him. Ji Mingxia panicked and slammed into it with a bang. Even the table and the table were overturned to the ground, making a loud noise. After the table fell to the ground, all the books in the drawers fell out, then hit the chair, and even Yu Ning's desk shook. Yu Ning, who had his head down originally, was shaken by the table, and instantly recovered, raised his head and looked forward. At the same time, the roommates who were playing with their mobile phones outside the classroom were also startled when they heard such a big movement inside, and ran in quickly. The classroom was dark, and Zhao Zhuoyue, who was walking at the end, tapped the switch reflexively. With a click, the lights illuminate the classroom. Mingxia, what's wrong? Ji Mingxia, Ji Mingxia. Fuck, what are you doing? Why did you fall like this? Seeing Ji Mingxia collapsed between several tables and chairs, with books and homework scattered all over the place, looking like a mess, a few roommates hurried forward and slowly helped him up. Are you alright? Zhao Zhuoyue picked up the phone in the distance and handed it to Ji Mingxia. It's fine, Ji Mingxia said. Although his expression was calm, his pale complexion could not be concealed. The whole person looked much worse than before he came in. I just took a workbook, I don't know what happened, and it fell like this. Several roommates looked at Yu Ning almost condemningly. Sure enough, nothing will come to fruition with him. The four roommates cleaned up the classroom together and quickly pulled Ji Mingxia away. Go back and take a shower. Tell you to ignore him, but you won't listen. You didn't get hurt? For Yu Ning, what about you? Ji Mingxia was just frightened and did not take any protective measures after the fall. At this time, from the waist to the thigh, there was a hot spot, although it did not bleed, but it was definitely bruised. The rain that slanted down the aisle hit the wound, and it was painful. Fortunately, his expression control ability has always been very strong. In order not to make everyone sad, and to assume the identity of Yu Ning disaster star, at this moment Ji Mingxia can only endure the pain and defend. It has nothing to do with Yu Ning, really of. Look at it, talk for him again, have you taken the wrong medicine, and I have never seen you like him so much before? Ji Mingxia was almost not frightened to death by this sentence, and quickly said, Zhao Zhuoyue, you should speak more rigorously, how can you say such nonsense, I am a straight man. Who said you're not straight anymore? Zhao Zhuoyue was stunned and said slowly, that's not what I meant, why do you think so much? Ji Mingxia. If you want to blame it, this is a Tanmei novel. Didn't he emphasize his sexual orientation because he was worried about causing misunderstandings? Who would have thought that it would be more than a cover-up? Seeing everyone looking at him in disbelief, Ji Mingxia was so worried that her head was almost bald. In the classroom, Yu Jing stood quietly. The conversation in the aisle got farther and farther, until Ji Mingxia and his party left this floor. Yu Ning slowly retracted his gaze and looked at the table in front of him. From childhood to adulthood, because of these eyes, Yu Ning has always been excluded. Small county towns are not very developed. More than 10 years ago, most people in the county towns did not know about beauty contact lenses, and they had never seen Yin-yang eyes with gray on one side and black on the other. Although the orphanage took him in the spirit of humanitarianism, even in the orphanage, in the gathering place of a group of abandoned children, there will still be people who are isolated from the crowd again. The teacher didn't like Yu Ning, the children hated Yu Ning along with the wind, and Yu Ning hated his own eyes countless times. Even a blind person is 1,000 times better than he is treated in this world. Until one day, he found that he could see many mysterious events that children could not see. Children are always full of curiosity. When they found that Yu Ning can always tell all kinds of magical stories, everyone couldn't help but move towards him and listen to the stories around him. At that time, Yu Ning really thought that he had friends. Until these things reached the ears of adults. Since then, rumors have spread throughout the county. Not only did he not gain friends, but he made more people fear him. Sometimes after looking at him inadvertently, seeing his eyes, timid people will even scream directly. He is like a monster living in the crowd. No matter how hard he works and how well he achieves, no one will ever want to contact him. Therefore, when Yu Ning found out that those mysterious events were getting closer and closer to him, and finally even found him gradually, Yu Ning's first reaction was to solve it by himself. This ghost has been haunting him for almost half a month. As time goes by, the power of ghosts is getting stronger and stronger. Yu Ning can only passively counterattack and try his best to save himself. Last night was the first day of his official attack. He made countless preparations, only waiting for the ghost to appear after the night, deliberately showing weakness, looking for the breakthrough point of the ghost. Just as he was about to fight back, there was a sudden loud noise. Ji Mingxia shattered several glass bottles, and the whole dormitory was awakened. The ghost disappeared, and Yu Ning's plan was forcibly disrupted. At that moment, he almost thought that Ji Mingxia did it on purpose. But since then, Ji Mingxia fell asleep, and there was nothing unusual today. After the evening self-study, everyone left the classroom, and the ghost appeared again while he was alone. Unexpectedly, Ji Mingxia interrupted once again. If it wasn't for several tables and chairs being pushed down in a row, he saw Ji Mingxia fall heavily on the ground, and even his mobile phone slipped a long way. Yu Ning almost thought that Ji Mingxia was deliberately playing tricks on him. But, if it wasn't to make fun of him and disrupt his plans, what was Ji Mingxia for? Yu Ning overheard all their conversation in the aisle just now. What do you care about him? Take the workbook, and go back to the dormitory with him. These words, if they lie to him in the kindergarten, will be quite effective. Now he is not so naive anymore. If it is a lie that Ji Mingxia came in to get the homework book, then there is only one possibility. Ji Mingxia, like him, can see ghosts. As for why he fell to the ground, it was also to sabotage his plan. As long as his plan fails and ghosts attach to his body, Ji Mingxia will naturally be at peace. It's impossible to care about him, in order to save him from being possessed by ghosts. Thinking of this, Yu Ning taunted the corner of his mouth. It was getting late at this time, and the voice of the night patrol teacher urging people to leave the school came from the classroom of the next class. After Yu Ning heard the sound, he immediately packed up his books and prepared to leave. At this moment, he stepped on a stack of workbooks, and the toe of Yu Ning's shoe was facing the 6 characters. Plan, Ji Mingxia. After Ji Mingxia fell, all the books and homework in his desk fell out. Zhao Shuayue and others helped him tidy up in a hurry. One of them fell to Yu Ning's feet. Because of its relatively corner position, it was not seen to be put away. If it is normal, Yu Ning will naturally pretend not to see. But so many things happened just now, and now I suddenly see Ji Mingxia's plan. It seems that God wants him to see through Ji Mingxia's plan and see through his tricks. Yu Ning bent down and picked up the plan. He can already imagine what's inside. It's nothing more than how to deal with him, how to use him, and how to make him disappear in this world. From childhood to adulthood, countless people have insulted him like this, and Yu Ning has long been used to it. Ji Mingxia's plan is very new, only the first page has been written, and it seems that he just started recording today. Yu Ning took the plan book and opened it casually. The next moment, Yu Ning's eyes narrowed. On the first page, as he expected, in addition to all kinds of strange symbols and incomprehensible letters, many of his names were written in pieces. But unexpectedly, all the 2 words Yu Ning are always followed by the 3 words Ji Mingxia. Some are next to each other like Yu Ning, Ji Mingxia, while others are expressed like Yu Ning Ji Mingxia, Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia. What surprised Yu Ning the most was that at the end of the first page, Ji Mingxia drew a neat love with a red line between the words Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia. In the middle of the love, the 2 characters love are written. Love? Yu Ning stared blankly at the plan. Chapter 4. It's 11 o'clock, and the teaching building is going to be locked. Go back to sleep. This classmate. Suddenly, the voice of the night patrol teacher rang at the door of the classroom. Yu Ning was startled, and reflexively hid the workbook behind her. Hurry up, hurry up. The night patrol teacher urged him when he saw that he didn't clean up his desk. The workbook in his hand seemed to be hot, and at that moment, Yu Ning's mind was in a mess. He almost instinctively opened the clip of Ji Mingxia's workbook, quickly took out the page of the plan, and stuffed it into his workbook. At the urging of the night patrol teacher, Yu Ning put the plan book back into Ji Mingxia's drawer, and then walked out of the classroom slowly with his workbook with that page of the love plan book in between. It was raining heavily along the way. Yu Ning hugged the exercise book tightly in his arms, and it was not until he walked into the dormitory that he stuffed the exercise book that was not wet into the least noticeable corner of the bookshelf. Go in. In the boys' dormitory, everyone is busy with their own affairs. No one cares whether Yu Ning returns or not. This kind of indifference rarely makes Yu Ning feel at ease. After hiding the homework, Yu Ning walked towards the bathroom with wet hair. Passing by Ji Mingxia's bed, Yu Ning glanced at him. Ji Mingxia is not in bed. The toilet is connected to the bathroom and is empty. Ji Mingxia is not in the dormitory, I don't know where to go. Yu Ning lowered her head and prepared to turn on the water to take a bath as usual. The dormitory equipment of the county high school is still relatively old, especially the boys, who live in the most dilapidated dormitory building in the school. There are 6 people living in each dormitory. Although there are separate toilets and bathrooms, the shower facilities in the bathrooms are solar energy left over more than 10 years ago. Go back to the dormitory earlier in the evening, and there is a free hot shower. If you accidentally get late, only cold water will be left. If you want to continue to use hot water, you must use the campus card to pay for it. Funan County is an ordinary county, with low per capita consumption level, limited pocket money for high school students, not to mention orphans like Yu Ning. He used it to buy learning tools. Of course, he is not the only one who is struggling. If you come back late, and you can't bear the money, there is another way to go to the first floor, outside the door of the housekeeping room, and borrow the electric heating rod of the housekeeper to boil water. The dormitory of the boys' dormitory is a middle-aged couple who have been working in the school for decades and are very friendly to the students every day. Unfortunately, Yu Ning was not included, so he never went down. At this moment, Yu Ning suddenly heard Qinjin shout, "Mingxia, how do you solve the big problem that the teacher taught this afternoon? Do you remember?" "I don't remember at all." "Formula." It was Zhao Shuayue's voice who answered him. "Mingxia is not here. Go downstairs to boil hot water." "It seems that you plan to burn some spare parts?" "I don't know, haven't we washed them all?" Zhao Zhuozhu muttered. Zhao Zhuozhu's voice was not loud, but because his bed was in the back, Yu Ning, who was in the bathroom, could hear it clearly. But he was not affected by the words of Zhao Zhuoyue and Shenzhen, and still did his own things in an orderly manner. In the entire dormitory, the only one who didn't have a bath was him. But will Ji Mingxia go downstairs to boil water for him? Just the thought in her mind made Yu Ning burst into laughter. I just wrote an inexplicable love plan. Between his and Ji Mingxia's names, draw a heart and write the word love. He has to believe that Ji Mingxia doesn't plan to frame him, and even plans to help him? Impossible. He has been ridiculed so many times since he was a child, so he will not trust others so easily. He's going to keep taking cold showers and not giving anyone a chance to tease him. A minute later, Ji Mingxia, who was boiling water on the first floor, was almost taken aback when she saw Yu Ning, who suddenly appeared beside him. Ji Mingxia came down 10 minutes ago. The water heating tool provided by the house tube is an ordinary electric heating rod, which is inserted into the bucket to heat water through heat conduction. Ji Mingxia's parents both died in a car accident in his 3rd year of junior high, leaving only Ji Mingxia and his grandmother in the countryside to depend on each other. Although there are only one old and one young in the family, but fortunately, the parents have left a considerable legacy, enough to remember Mingxia for the rest of her life. His pocket money is not comparable to the local tyrants, but his daily expenses are very generous. A hot water bill in the school is not expensive. This electric heating rod burns slowly, which is not only a waste of time, but also unsafe. In his own world, Ji Mingxia has always swiped a credit card to take a bath, and has never used this thing at all. Therefore, this hot water is naturally not for him to use. Just now, in order to help Yu Ning drive away the ghost, he pretended to enter the classroom to get the workbook. Although he succeeded in driving the ghost away, he fell too hard. On the way home, he endured the burning bruises on his body while trying to correct the strange thoughts of his roommates. Umbrella home offer. The rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier. When the 5th person in the dormitory was taking a shower, there was only warm water left. Yu Ning had a cold, fever, and illness. He couldn't get into college or meet Pei Yuan. One accident changed the trajectory of his life, and even the trajectory of the entire book. That's really a pill. For the sake of his own life, to make up for the guilt of taking away Yu Ningxia, Ji Mingxia took an opportunity and went downstairs to boil water alone. I originally planned to wait for Yu Ning to come back and find an opportunity to use this bucket of hot water for Yu Ning to use. He just breathed a sigh of relief. The water was half burning, but when he looked up, he saw Yu Ning standing beside him, watching him quietly. It was raining heavily outside, and the corridor on the first floor was extraordinarily ventilated. Yu Ning stood there quietly, the light of the aisle reflected on his face, casting sharp shadows, one black and one white pupil, matched with a delicate appearance, in such a late night, as if from the rain the beautiful ghosts that came over made it hard to ignore him. Ji Mingxia has not yet adapted to Yu Ning's appearance, and he is guilty of a guilty conscience at the moment, so he doesn't dare to look at Yu Ning. So, Ji Mingxia twitched the corners of his mouth at Yu Ning, smiled dryly, quickly looked away, and pretended to be seriously waiting for the water to boil. After a while, Ji Mingxia felt that it was almost done, and slowly looked back. As soon as she looked up, she found that Yu Ning was still standing in the same place, still maintaining the previous posture, staring at him quietly. Ji Mingxia is not very well. This is the stare of the protagonist. As a supporting role, how can he bear it? Chapter 5. Are you coming down to boil water too? Ji Mingxia tried to make himself look more natural, and said, my big bucket of water will be fine for a while. If you want to burn it, it may take longer and many more. After finishing speaking, Ji Mingxia was worried that Yu Ningxian was standing here and waiting for the water with him, and the plan would not be able to go ahead for a while. Ji Mingxia hurriedly said again, why don't you go to the dormitory and wait? I'll go upstairs and call you after I burn it? Although Yu Ning didn't answer, Ji Mingxia had read the novel. According to his understanding of Yu Ning's character, Yu Ning actually didn't like to get along with unfamiliar people when he could. So, Ji Mingxia frantically looked for words, trying to give Yu Ning the steps to leave. I don't know what happened today, the rain is so heavy, the dormitory is fine, the first floor is really cold. You're wearing short sleeves too. Do you think it's not summer, but winter, haha? If I hadn't waited for the water to boil, I would have gone back to the dormitory in the morning, and I would have gotten goosebumps when I was cold. Hearing this sentence, Yu Ning moved suddenly, his eyes slowly moved down, and fell on Ji Mingxia's arm. Ji Mingxia is from the south. He is 1.78 meters tall, which is relatively common in the north. But when standing with Yu Ning, she still looks a little shorter. A boy who has just grown up, still has the thinness of a teenager. Ji Mingxia's appearance follows his mother, and he is more elegant and gentle. Although his skin was not as pale as Yu Ning's, it was fairer and more delicate than the average boy, so it was clear at a glance that the surface of the skin had changed. Originally, Ji Mingxia was talking nonsense about this situation, but when Yu Ning saw it like this, her hair stood up and her whole hand was almost stiff. He quickly retracted his hand unnaturally. Just as he was about to say something to ease the atmosphere, suddenly, footsteps were heard not far away. Immediately afterwards, a figure rushed down, showing a fat face. Mingxia brother. The person here is Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning's classmate, named Xu Ming. When seeing Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning standing together, Xu Ming hesitated for a moment, but finally ran to Ji Mingxia. He directly ignored Yu Ning's existence and said to Ji Mingxia, Brother Mingxia, I heard Qinjin and the others say that you have already taken a bath. Can you lend me this bucket of hot water tonight? Ha! Ji Mingxia stared at him blankly, not expecting that it was just a bucket of hot water, and someone could cut him off halfway. I came back late today, there is no hot water to take a shower, it's so cold, I feel like I'm getting stuffy nose, I want to take a shower and go to bed early. It's almost the college entrance examination, I'm afraid of catching a cold. Xu Ming pleaded, lend me this bucket, I'll try to come back as early as possible tomorrow night, and I'll help you burn a bucket, okay? This. Zhao Shuozhuo said your bucket of hot water is for backup, do you want to wash it again? Xu Ming asked Ji Mingxia hesitantly. That's not it. Ji Mingxia said. He originally wanted to secretly boil water for Yu Ning to be an anonymous living lay phone. But at the moment Yu Ning is close at hand, in order not to add drama to himself, he must not be able to tell the truth. Seeing that Ju Ming was still waiting by the side, Ji Mingxia had no choice but to say, "Then you can use it first." "Thank you, Mingxia," Ju Ming said happily, and immediately bent down to test the water temperature. Although this bucket of water is not boiled, but because there is enough water, there is no need to add cold water, the temperature is directly enough for him to take a bath. Ju Ming was so cold that he sniffed, quickly unplugged the electric heating rod, then picked up a bucket of water and walked upstairs. After walking a few steps, Ju Ming suddenly remembered something again, turned around and glanced at Yu Ning, and said to Ji Mingxia with a deep meaning, "Brother Mingxia, let's go up, don't stay at night. Wandering around here is bad luck." In Ju Ming's opinion, he kindly reminded Ji Mingxia. Anyway, the matter of Yu Ning's broom star has spread all over the county, and everyone treats him like this. Ju Ming took Ji Mingxia a bucket of hot water and helped Ji Mingxia get out of the sea of misery. Ji Mingxia glanced at Yu Ning a little embarrassedly, seeing that Yu Ning was still standing there, unchanged from beginning to end, as if he didn't care about him and Ju Ming at all. Ji Mingxia was a little relieved. In order to maintain his supporting role, he stopped talking to Yu Ning and quickly followed Ju Ming's pace. While walking, Ju Ming whispered to Ji Mingxia to stay away from Yu Ning in the future, and by the way, he gave Ji Mingxia various rumors about Yu Ning. Ji Mingxia had already read these in the novel. Although he knew that Ju Ming was kind, he still didn't want to hear it. However, in order to maintain the character, Ji Mingxia did not interrupt Ju Ming. While agreeing with Ju Ming, I understand, Ji Mingxia walked and tried to think of a solution in his mind. Yu Ning didn't have a bucket, so he only had a water basin. Even if he boiled all the water in the water basin, it was enough for a warm bath. He just came back from the rain, and his hair is all wet. To be safe, he must use hot water. The bucket of water that Ji Mingxia worked so hard to burn is now being held in Ju Ming's arms, so the only way is to use the campus card to buy hot water. Ju Ming's bedroom was at the corner of the first floor, and the two soon parted ways. While waiting for Ju Ming to open the dormitory door, Ji Mingxia suddenly noticed the light coming from the kitchen window of the auntie in the other direction. Going around the aisle, you can come to the kitchen window of the aunt in the dormitory. At the same time, this position is a dead corner where the water is boiled, and Yu Ning can't see what he is doing. Ji Mingxia has an idea. Yu Ning stood on the spot, listening to Ju Ming telling Ji Mingxia about his past events. The footsteps of the two gradually faded away. Although it was delayed for a while by something, it soon returned to normal, and the two returned to their bedrooms. Every minute and second of senior year students is extremely precious. It is late at night and most of them have fallen asleep. With the departure of Ji Mingxia and Ju Ming, the entire corridor returned to silence. Only Yu Ning was left alone, standing under the light. He held the knuckles on the edge of the water basin and retracted them unconsciously, leaving traces of blue and white, but soon, Yu Ning let go with restraint, and his face gradually returned to indifference expression. Yu Ning didn't turn around until it was confirmed that no one was there. He has long been used to being rejected by others. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, he has always been alone. Never take the initiative to find someone, never speak, and never look directly at someone. Today is an exception. Unfortunately, the results were not unexpected, and everything was the same as usual. At this time, the auntie who was washing dishes in the kitchen came out. Seeing that the aisle was deserted, and only Yu Ning was left, the housekeeper aunt said to Yu Ning, "It's so late, don't boil water for a bath, I'm ready to go to bed, the third year of high school is not yet sleep, don't you die?" Yu Ning nodded and packed her things to leave. Seeing this, the auntie housekeeper said, "Hey, wait, in such a cold day, taking a cold shower will kill people, take this card, and quickly take a shower and go to bed." The auntie housekeeper said, took a campus card, and put it into Yu Ning's hands. Yu Ning didn't expect the auntie to do this. She looked at the campus card in front of her and said, "No, thank you, auntie. I'll take it for you, hurry up, I'm going to close the door." The housekeeper said, putting away the electric heating rod to avoid accidents in the middle of the night. Yu Ning felt warm in her heart, but stubbornly returned the card. The housekeeper was about to close the door, but Yu Ning refused to accept the card, and the two suddenly stalemate. The aisle was quiet, leaving Auntie and Yu Ning alone. Although Yu Ning is good-looking, her appearance is really too weird, and the aunt who is not young is the most taboo about those things. At this moment, I can't wait to close the door and completely isolate from Yu Ning. In desperation, the auntie had no choice but to say, "It's useless for you to return it to me now. This is not my card, auntie, tell you the truth, this is your classmate, please ask me to lend it, you washed it." Classmate? Yu Ning looked at the auntie in surprise. It's okay for him to lower his head. When he lifts his head, the pair of different pupils under the light are clearly reflected. The hair on the aunt's body is almost standing up. Yes, you go up and take a hot bath, and just return the card to him tomorrow. Thinking of Ji Mingxia's well-behaved and bright appearance, the housekeeper aunt couldn't help but exhort, "Don't wash for too long, it's not easy for your classmate, come down and boil water to take a bath, I'm still taking care of you. In the evening, don't disturb others, wash up and go to bed quickly, and have class tomorrow." After finishing speaking, taking advantage of Yu Ning's distraction, the auntie housekeeper quickly closed the door, leaving Yu Ning to stand alone, holding a campus card. The campus card is slightly worn on both sides. It can be seen that its owner often uses it. There are no special marks on the front and back sides, and no name is written. Yu Ning returned to the dormitory holding the campus card. Yu Ning walked into the dormitory in the dark and quickly took a cold shower. When he came out, most of them were already asleep, Zhao Shuoyue and others even snored. Yu Ning walked to his bed and glanced aside, Ji Mingxia was also asleep. If he hadn't seen some of Ji Mingxia's actions with his own eyes, at this moment, Yu Ning would never have suspected Ji Mingxia. Because of Ji Mingxia's behavior, she was too calm. But whether it was last night or this evening, Ji Mingxia was like nothing after the incident. It's time to eat, sleep, and don't delay yourself at all. Still holding the campus card, Yu Ning was curious about Ji Mingxia. The street lamps outside the window let in a ray of light, so that the dark boy's bedroom could barely see. Vaguely, Yu Ning saw Ji Mingxia lying flat on the bed, the corners of his pajamas rolled up because of his sleeping position, revealing a portion of the skin around his waist. The position of the waist is darker than other places. At first glance, it looks like a shadow, but when you look closely, it is a faint scar. Yu Ning thought of Ji Mingxia's fall in the classroom today. The fall was really heavy, not only woke him up, but even the ghosts were scared away. Is it bleeding? The temperature at night was lower than that in the daytime. Yu Ning looked at Ji Mingxia's exposed waist and hesitantly reached out, trying to help him cover the quilt. When she was about to touch the quilt, Yu Ning didn't know what to think, and his hand stopped in mid-air again. He held the campus card tightly, and after a while, raised his hand again. Just as he was about to touch Ji Mingxia's quilt, suddenly, a cool breeze blew from the window. Ji Mingxia, who was sleeping soundly, felt a chill, suddenly turned over, hugged the quilt tightly and continued to sleep. Yu Ning almost snapped, quickly withdrew his hand, turned his back to Ji Mingxia. In Yu Ning's ears, everything disappeared at that moment, only the clear heartbeat in his chest, beating violently. Chapter 6. The next day, Ji Mingxia was woken up again by her roommate. In a daze, she got up from the bed and saw her hair in the mirror so high. When I entered the university from the third year of high school, my body did not react too strongly due to an excessive summer vacation. The habit of waking up early and habitually endorsing and doing homework does not exist. But being caught from freshman year back to senior year, the reaction was really intense. I had a whole day of class yesterday, and Ji Mingxia felt that her brain power was exhausted, plus ghosts, rain, etc. Just returned to the dormitory after taking a shower. Ji Mingxia fell asleep directly past. Fortunately, he was lucky, and the ghost didn't come back last night, allowing him to sleep peacefully. It would be better if I didn't have to get up early for class today. Ji Mingxia patted his face with cold water, and finally managed to lift his spirits. Mingxia, hurry up, I'm going to be late. Zhao Zhuozhu urged. Come here. Ji Mingxia replied, quickly changed his clothes and went downstairs. When passing by the housekeeping window, Ji Mingxia asked Zhao Zhuozhu and the others to go first, turned around and asked, Hello, is Auntie there? Mr. Shiguan raised his head and glanced at Ji Mingxia. She went shopping, do you have anything to do with her? Ji Mingxia said, I asked my aunt to help me keep the campus card last night, and I agreed to come and get it today. Then I'll look for it. After hearing this, Mr. Shiguan rummaged around, but there was no sign of the campus card. Called the other party, but the auntie did not answer. I can only wait for her to come back and ask, or if you have time to come back later, she will definitely be here. Mr. Shiguan said to Ji Mingxia. Ji Mingxia had no choice but to agree, okay, please. Without a campus card, it was almost impossible to move at school. Ji Mingxia went out of the dormitory with the help of the housekeeper, and temporarily borrowed Zhao Zhuozhu to buy meals in the cafeteria. Fortunately, a few roommates just thought Ji Mingxia was careless and forgot to bring it, so they didn't think much about it. Because of the delay of the campus card, Ji Mingxia arrived at the classroom later than usual, and walked in almost stepping on the bell. When they entered the classroom, the teacher was already standing on the podium. In the past, if I saw a student come in with the bell of the morning self-study, I would be afraid to slap my face in reprimand. But after seeing Ji Mingxia today, the teacher not only did not have a cold face, but gently let people into the classroom. After Ji Mingxia and others sat down, the teacher began to distribute the test papers for yesterday's quiz. Exam papers are issued according to the rank and order. By convention, the first place is always Yu Ning. Ji Mingxia's campus card has not been returned yet. When facing Yu Ning, he always felt a little guilty. Seeing that Yu Ning got up to get the test paper, Ji Mingxia pretended to be busy and lowered her head to sort out the books. He fell down yesterday and all the books in the drawer fell out. Although Zhao Zhuozhu and the others helped him pick up the book, they did not fold it properly. Ji Mingxia sorted it out according to her past habits, and soon, Ji Mingxia found something wrong. There are not many textbooks and homework books, but the content he just wrote in the plan book yesterday, why did it disappear? Although Ji Mingxia has read the novel and passed through, but this world is too similar to his own experience, Ji Mingxia will become more and more accustomed to it and completely immerse it in his own life. He was worried that he would forget the content of the novel. For the sake of his life, Ji Mingxia decided to find a way to record some key information. Affecting his fate, that is the pill. For the sake of safety, Ji Mingxia recorded part of the content in the mobile phone and part in the plan book, and then marked each other with special marks. If you want to understand the content of the original work left by him, you must combine the novel and the plan, and refer to each other together to solve it. After Ji Mingxia finished her homework yesterday, she began to ponder about it. After tossing it all night, she only recorded half of it. Among them, the main record in the workbook is for the plot of this world. So important, but for Ji Mingxia himself, a very important main task, qualifying to be the love mentor of the protagonists. There wasn't enough time last night. Ji Mingxia was like writing an outline, only the content related to Yu Ning, the other protagonist Pei Yuan. He hadn't had time to think about writing it. I originally planned to take the time to fill in the details tonight, but when I opened it, the homework seemed like it had never been used, and the first page was inexplicably missing. Ji Mingxia was stunned. If this was in his original world, Ji Mingxia would doubt whether his homework had been touched. But in this world, it's hard to say. During the third year of high school, everyone was so busy that he left the classroom last night. Although he came a little later today, he did not delay too much. In this case, who has the energy to steal his homework and take away an irrelevant homework sheet? If no one commits the crime, considering that there are various mysterious factors in this world. Hey, brother Mingxia, Ji Mingxia. At this moment, Ji Mingxia's back table poked Ji Mingxia's back with a pen. Ha! Ji Mingxia quickly recovered and looked at the back table. The teacher called you. The back table said. Ji Mingxia looked up and suddenly caught Yu Ning's gaze. In fact, not only the teacher and Yu Ning were watching him, but the whole class was watching him. The teacher saw Ji Mingxia's dazed appearance and repeated it again. Second place, Ji Mingxia, come up and get the test paper. Ji Mingxia stood up blankly, passed Yu Ning nervously, and took the test paper from the teacher. You have made great progress. You have overcome your long-term weaknesses. If you maintain this momentum, you will definitely perform well in the college entrance examination. The teacher sent the small exam paper to Ji Mingxia's hands and encouraged. Thank you, teacher. Ji Mingxia said, and returned to his seat in a flash. No, Ji Mingxia, the 20th place becomes the second place, that's okay. 100-meter sprint, you. After class, Ji Mingxia's seat was instantly surrounded by several roommates. Ji Mingxia was thinking about the campus card for a while, and the love plan worksheet for a while. The whole person was a little absent-minded and a little uneasy. Hearing the roommate's words, Ji Mingxia could only laugh. No, coincidence. It's not a coincidence. You can answer all the questions I asked you yesterday. I'm still surprised. You're so good at solving problems, why can't you get the score, so you're waiting for today? Did you study hard behind our backs? Ji Mingxia didn't expect to sprint so fast. Although I have just passed the college entrance examination, I still remember the general knowledge points, but after all, I have returned to the third year of high school. According to Ji Mingxia's estimate of himself, it would be good to maintain the standard, so he has never been shy. I didn't expect to be so lucky, so I jumped to the second place. Ji Mingxia had no choice but to say, although it is the second place, it is not too far from the top 10, and it is quite a few points behind Yu Ning. What do you compare to someone like Yu Ning? Whoever gets on him is unlucky. He only attracts other people's luck and promotes himself. Ji Mingxia, you have been lucky recently, but you have to stay away from him. Hey, stop talking, he's here. When Ji Mingxia heard this, her whole body stiffened. Are you looking at me? Yes, he seems to have watched you all morning. Don't you feel it? Ji Mingxia's whole person is a little bad, really? I feel a little bit, But he was full of campus cards and love plan papers. He didn't expect that Yu Ning was really looking at him. At a time like this, Yu Ning suddenly paid attention to him, wouldn't it be? Just when Ji Mingxia was about to start thinking wildly, Xinjin said, probably because you suddenly got second place in the test. Does he feel threatened? The monitor has been watching you too. After all, the college entrance examination is about to take place. You have made so much progress all of a sudden. Everyone is envious. Don't worry about it so much, let's do the questions together. Ji Mingxia knows his level well. No matter how much progress he makes, he will not be able to go to a top university. If possible, he plans to continue to apply for the university he was admitted to before and maintain his supporting role. With an idea in mind, Ji Mingxia felt a little more at ease. When the school bell rang at noon, Ji Mingxia and a few roommates said hello, and immediately rushed to the direction of the dormitory building. The love plan paper has no clue for a while, and it is difficult to find, but the campus card, he must get it back as soon as possible. As soon as she walked into the boys' dormitory, Ji Mingxia saw the housekeeper's aunt. Ji Mingxia immediately stepped forward and said, "Hello, auntie." My auntie was nibbling on fruit and chasing the drama. When she saw her input, she was suddenly interrupted. She raised her head in a daze. When she saw Ji Mingxia's face, the auntie only then did he suddenly say, "Oh, are you the student last night?" "That's right." Ji Mingxia smiled when she saw the housekeeper aunt recognized him. "Thank you, auntie, for your help last night, my campus card." Ji Mingxia nodded and said, "Yes, did he give it back to you after he took a bath?" "No." After the auntie housekeeper finished speaking, she suddenly reacted, "I'm sorry, classmate, I suddenly remembered, I seem to have asked him to return it to you." "What?" Ji Mingxia was shocked, like a bolt from the blue. You ask Yu Ning to return it to me? Last night, when Ji Mingxia watched Xu Ming enter the bedroom, he found that the opposite was the kitchen window of the housekeeper, and that position was a blind spot for Yu Ning. The trick of boiling hot water to bathe Yu Ning is no longer feasible. Then, in order to prevent Yu Ning from catching a cold, the only way is to swipe the card to take a hot bath. Yu Ning's card is not rich, but Ji Mingxia's is very rich. It happened that Ji Mingxia's campus card didn't have his name on it, so Ji Mingxia sneaked over and asked his aunt to help him temporarily lend his campus card to Yu Ning. After Yu Ning took a bath, he returned the campus card, and he just went to get it. Although Ji Mingxia's behavior is a little weird, the auntie can't bear to refuse when she sees Ji Mingxia's enthusiasm. They are all students who have just grown up. It is always a good thing to help each other. She is also willing to do a little favor, so she readily agrees. Unfortunately, both Ji Mingxia and the housekeeper aunt misunderstood Yu Ning's reaction. My auntie didn't expect to see Yu Ning at night. It would be so scary. She was so scared that she told most of the truth directly. Seeing Ji Mingxia looking at him in shock at this moment, the aunt who took care of her didn't even care about eating fruit. She quickly stood up and looked at Ji Mingxia embarrassedly and said, "He won't accept the card, it's late at night. In order to let him take a bath earlier, I can only tell him that the card was lent to him by his classmate. But don't worry, I didn't say your name, he definitely didn't know it was you." Ji Mingxia's whole person is not well. That means, the card is still in his hand? He doesn't know who borrowed the card, and he didn't return the card to you. Then it's not impossible to get it back. When Ji Mingxia said this, the auntie housekeeper was stunned. This, classmate, I think he may be able to return the card to you now. Ji Mingxia's body was inexplicably cold. She raised her head to look at Aunt Shiguan, but saw Aunt Shiguan's eyes were not on him, but behind him. Ji Mingxia turned around and saw Yu Ning standing beside the dormitory door. Outdoor light came in. Yu Ning was standing with backlight. Ji Mingxia couldn't see his face clearly, but he could clearly feel that Yu Ning's eyes fell on him. Ji Mingxia. My life is over. Chapter 7. Because living on campus saves the time of traveling back and forth, most students will take a lunch break after class at noon, so that they can nourish their spirits for study in the afternoon and evening. Ji Mingxia and the others originally had them, but because the college entrance examination was approaching, in order to get good grades, the students of Senior 3 basically gave up their naps and worked hard against time. Even if they couldn't help but want to take a nap, lie in the classroom and solved it. Ji Mingxia was thinking about it. It was too eye-catching to get the card when he came back at night, so when everyone was in the classroom at noon, he sneaked back to the housekeeper to ask for the school card. Where did you think that Yu Ning, who was supposed to be in the classroom, actually came back at this time? And by coincidence, it happened when he asked his auntie to ask for a card. It's a coincidence, he doesn't believe it. If I knew earlier that he would not come back to get the campus card, it would be simpler and faster to report the loss and reapply. It's a pity that nothing happens. Now that Yu Ning is near, it's too late for Ji Mingxia to think about anything. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The auntie housekeeper faintly sensed something was wrong, and immediately slipped in with the fruit, leaving Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning behind, one standing by the window and the other by the door, looking at each other. After Ji Mingxia stiffened for a moment, she quickly recovered. The actions of the auntie gave him inspiration. As long as he runs fast enough, embarrassment can't catch up with him. In the next few days, he worked hard to stick with his roommates, and when he finished the college entrance examination, he and Yu Ning were separated from each other. Whether it was the plot or the ghost, they would be with Ji Mingxia in the short term. No more troubles. The next time I see Yu Ning, it will be 2 years later. At that time, everyone has something to do, who still remembers this little thing. The more Ji Mingxia thought about it, the more feasible he felt. He tried his best to naturally nod and smile at Yu Ning, then as if nothing had happened, he passed by Yu Ning, intending to pass him by, leave the dormitory building. Just as Ji Mingxia was about to step out, a campus card appeared in front of him. Yu Ning handed the campus card to Ji Mingxia and whispered, "Thank you." Ji Mingxia. This is not your style, Yu Ning. It's not easy to say what you say. The first sentence after entering college is only to talk to Pei Yuan. But I have to say, Yu Ning's voice is still very nice. Ji Mingxia has been wearing it for so long, and he has not heard him speak. At this moment, he was facing Yu Ning sideways again, communicating close at hand, as if whispering into his ear. Yu Ning's voice is not loud, but the tone is good and the articulation is clear. They all say that the voice of a handsome guy is a male duck, and the voice of a fat man is a god. Yu Ning's voice is very in line with himself. The voice can think of his appearance. The campus card was handed to him, and Yu Ning also thanked him personally. Although Ji Mingxia was embarrassed and wanted to sew in the ground, he could only pretend to be plain, and calmly stretched out his hand and took the campus card over. It's a small matter, you're welcome. After Ji Mingxia finished speaking, she couldn't help but exhort again, don't take it to heart. Don't add drama to him. Ji Mingxia's mind was full of plots, but he didn't notice. Yu Ning, who looked down at him, immediately lit up after hearing his words. Ji Mingxia admitted it. The campus card was secretly given by Ji Mingxia to the auntie. Please ask the auntie to give it to him. Then, according to Zhao Zhuozhua and Shenzhen, Ji Ming and Xia Mingming had already taken a shower, but went downstairs to boil water. So, that bucket of water was also burned to him by Ji Mingxia, but was cut off by Zhu Ming halfway through? Yu Ning looked at Ji Mingxia with bright eyes. If all of the above are true, then can he think that Ji Mingxia fell down in order to drive away ghosts in the classroom? When he was in the dormitory, Ji Mingxia deliberately broke the cup to save him? Over the years, Yu Ning has met all kinds of people because of his special growth experience. Some fear him, some hate him, some despise him. He has also been teased many times. Without exception. At the beginning, they all pretended to be close to him and were willing to be friends with him. After gaining his trust, he will deliberately play tricks on him, watch him make a fool of himself, take pleasure in torturing him, and show off to others that he has tamed the monster Yu Ning. However, this was the first time he met someone like Ji Mingxia, who was obviously helping him, but never said it, but did it secretly. If it wasn't for him being keen and taking the initiative to find out, would Ji Mingxia never say it, never let him know, or would someone be willing to help him? Thinking that he had suspected Ji Mingxia before, Yu Ning felt a little embarrassed, but soon, the feeling of joy was overshadowed. This is the first time Yu Ning has felt such a clear kindness from others. As for why Ji Mingxia refused to show it directly, but used various devious ways to help him, Yu Ning understands very well. Yu Ning has been in such an environment since childhood, it doesn't matter. But Ji Mingxia is different. He has a good relationship, and his academic performance has improved a lot recently. It is normal to refuse to approach him. So after class at noon, Yu Ning Sai also followed when she saw Ji Mingxia walking towards the school dormitory. I didn't expect to hear the conversation between Ji Mingxia and the housekeeper's aunt by accident, confirming the truth of everything. Thinking of this, Yu Ning pursed her lips nervously, looked at Ji Mingxia with some anxiety and said, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Ji Mingxia heard the words and turned his head in surprise. When he saw Yu Ning staring at him seriously, Ji Mingxia's heart jumped unconsciously, and then he quickly felt that something bad was going on. Because this line is so familiar. This is not the first question Yu Ning asked Pei Yuan. How did Pei Yuan answer? In terms of strength, you're not as good as me. In terms of luck, you're not as unlucky as me. It's just the color of one eye that's a little different. Can you be more afraid of me than those monsters? Pei Yuan's calmness and free and easy rhetorical question made Yu Ning treat him differently. Since then, he was willing to look at Pei Yuan directly, and the two talents gradually started formal cooperation. It can be said that the answer to this question determines the next relationship between Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning. If you want to befriend the protagonist, just follow Pei Yuan's words. It must be the most perfect answer. Thinking of this, Ji Mingxia already has the answer in her heart. He stared at Yu Ning with wide eyes, stepped back slightly, and distanced himself from Yu Ning. Not only did he not have the slightest calm and relief, But Ji Mingxia said incredulously, "What are you talking about? Of course I'm afraid of you." Yu Ning's eyes were slightly widened, and his face was always expressionless, but now he looked at Ji Mingxia with a slightly stunned expression. Ji Mingxia showed a look of fear and avoidance on his face. "I lent you the card because I was worried that you would get sick and catch a cold and spread it to everyone. I didn't want you to know, but you found out. Forget it, that's it, stop talking to me, I don't want to have any contact with you." After Ji Mingxia quickly finished the line she had arranged in her heart, she didn't dare to look at Yu Ning's face, and immediately turned and walked towards the upstairs dormitory. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would fail in front of Yu Ning. He didn't even know how Yu Ning suddenly trusted him. But Ji Mingxia knows Yu Ning's character very well. Being able to ask this sentence, Yu Ning must have mustered a lot of courage. Unfortunately, Yu Ning wouldn't wait for the answer he wanted, but was deeply hurt by Ji Mingxia again. He is obviously his favorite paperman. When he helped him, although Ji Mingxia was saving his life, he also enjoyed it. However, for the sake of the plot, they had to be duplicitous. Thinking of Yu Ning's expression just now, Ji Mingxia only felt a tightness in his chest, as if a needle was piercing his heart finally. He beat his chest, trying to use physical means to relieve the stagnation in his heart. He said these words. Not only did he not have any extra points in Yu Ning's heart, but he was afraid that he would deduct negative points. "I originally wanted to be a nameless passerby, and I stayed until the end of the college entrance examination. This is good, and it directly left a bad negative image for Yu Ning. The only hope now is that when they meet again in 2 years, when he encounters danger again, he hugs Yu Ning's thigh and weeps, hoping that Yu Ning will show mercy and help him. Anyway, there will be a 2-year buffer. When Yu Ning meets Pei Yuan, he is healed by Xiaogong's fragile and sensitive little heart. I will help as a love mentor. Yu Ning sees for the sake of fulfilling the two of them, I shouldn't let them die." Ji Mingxia muttered in her heart, opened the dormitory door with a look of despair, and walked in as usual. Ji Mingxia felt something was wrong. He raised his head suspiciously and instinctively looked in one direction. Yu Ning turned and left without hesitation after seeing Ji Mingxia finish. With the sound of his footsteps getting farther and farther, Yu Ning's mood gradually fell to the bottom of the valley, and his hands and feet were cold. At this time, someone came and went in and out of the dormitory. Seeing Yu Ning standing by the door, the students were full of resentment, but they did not dare to walk in front of him. Yu Ning left the dormitory hall sideways, made way for other students, and walked upstairs to the dormitory. After walking a few steps, Yu Ning suddenly realized that Ji Mingxia was walking in front of him, and he was unconscious and never looked away from Ji Mingxia. During the time of going up the stairs, Ji Mingxia paused a few times and reached out to rest his forehead. It seemed that he was in a bad mood. Yu Ning didn't know what he was thinking, and stared at Ji Mingxia, hoping that he could look back at him. However, until Ji Mingxia entered the dormitory, he did not find that Yu Ning was behind him. When Ji Mingxia walked into the dormitory door was closed in front of Yu Ning. One is outside the door and one is inside. Yu Ning stood outside the door for a while, thinking of what Ji Mingxia just said. I hope they will no longer be related, and I hope Yu Ning will stop contacting him. Yu Ning finally decided not to go in. He lowered his head, restrained his emotions, returned to his usual expression, and walked away. At this moment, an exclamation suddenly came from the dormitory. It was Ji Mingxia's voice. Yu Ning turned back quickly. The next moment, the dormitory door was opened, and Ji Mingxia ran out of the dormitory in panic. The moment he saw Yu Ning, Ji Mingxia seemed to see the life-saving straw. He rushed up almost with a single step, and threw himself on Yu Ning. Yu Ning! Help! Yu Ning, who was hugged by Ji Mingxia firmly. Chapter 8. Yu Ning was caught off guard by Ji Mingxia. Ji Mingxia is a little shorter than him. This time he rushed out and threw himself on top of him. He was firmly next to him, and even his face was buried in Yu Ning's neck. It is summer, although the temperature has dropped a lot due to the heavy rain, but everyone still wears short sleeves. Yu Ning has a special physique, and her body temperature is low all year round, but because Ji Mingxia rushed out in shock, her body temperature was higher than usual. Ji Mingxia's body is warm, and her hair has just been washed last night, and there is still a faint smell of shampoo. The temperature of the body is transmitted through the thin fabric, whether it is Ji Mingxia's heartbeat or breathing, all of them are close at hand, so clear. Yu Ning grew up so big, in his memory, everyone avoided him. Don't talk about such intimate hugs. The hitting masters that ordinary people often come into contact with in their daily lives are very rare experiences for Yu Ning. Over time, Yu Ning became accustomed to being alone and without any physical contact. At this moment, Ji Mingxia hugged her unexpectedly. Yu Ning was shocked, she almost stood at a loss, her whole body stiffened. It took a while for Yu Ning to react. He looked at Ji Mingxia in his arms and reminded, "What are you doing?" As soon as the words came out, Yu Ning realized that his voice was hoarse than usual. An unnatural look flashed on his face, and he quickly tried his best to hide it. Ji Mingxia didn't notice Yu Ning's reaction at all. He was scared to death by the scene in the bedroom. When entering the dormitory, the temperature of the entire dormitory was lower than outside, and Ji Mingxia had a bad premonition. But at the time, he focused on Yu Ning and didn't think much of it until he instinctively looked in the direction of his bed. A woman is hanging over his bed. It twisted and looked like a giant alien insect. She was covered in black and red blood, dripping down her feet. The whole bedroom had a dank, putrid smell. When Ji Mingxia raised her head, the woman seemed to know that Ji Mingxia found her. With a few clicks, the woman's neck bones moved stiffly. She turned her head, her blood-filled eyes met Ji Mingxia directly. Ji Mingxia only felt that his head was stunned, and he was so close to dying on the spot. Although he likes to read horror novels, he has never met the real Otaku since he was a child. The first night she came to this world, she saw the ghost press scene with her own eyes. Although Ji Mingxia looked calm on the face, she was actually scared to death. Thanks to his current status as a senior in high school, in addition to thinking about the plot, he also has to take care of his studies. The busy life, on the contrary, dispelled the fear and forced Ji Mingxia to divert his attention. The most important thing is that Ji Mingxia knows the plot of this book, and he clearly understands that the protagonist Yu Ning has a special physique that attracts mysterious events. As a supporting role, he officially entered the plot 2 years later. In other words, the various Otaku he saw at the moment, no matter how terrifying, were all aimed at Yu Ning, not at him Ji Mingxia. Because of such a premise, Ji Mingxia can continue to study and sleep peacefully even when he knows there are ghosts in the school. But today's scene completely exceeded Ji Mingxia's expectations and broke his psychological defense. Yu Ning was not there. Ji Mingxia was the only one in the entire dormitory. The ghost not only appeared, but also hung on his bed, and even looked at him. This ghost is coming for him. After realizing this, Ji Mingxia was in a bad mood. Seeing that the ghost hanging from the ceiling was about to climb down, he mustered up the last bit of courage to open the door of the dormitory and rushed out. Fortunately, as soon as he ran to the door, he saw Yu Ning. Ji Mingxia was almost moved to tears. Without a word, "Hurry up first, hold the protagonist's golden thigh tightly to save his life." Hearing Yu Ning speak at this moment, Ji Mingxia's conditioned reflex thought that Yu Ning was angry. After all, Ji Mingxia said ruthlessly to Yu Ning just now, "Please don't be wrong and don't have anything to do with him." In the end, it was less than 2 minutes. As soon as Ji Mingxia saw Yu Ning, he rushed over and hugged his thighs. If he were Yu Ning, he would be angry too. Thinking of this, Ji Mingxia didn't care that the plot went wrong and fate changed, and quickly admitted loudly, it's me, you guessed it right. Not only am I not afraid of you, I want to help you." Yu Ning did not expect Ji Mingxia to answer him like this, and looked at Ji Mingxia slightly in astonishment. "What are you talking about?" Ji Mingxia raised her head, looked at Yu Ning pitifully, and said, "I said something wrong just now. I know I'm wrong, please don't be mad at me." Ji Mingxia's eyes were slightly moister than usual due to being frightened. His black and white eyes were looking at Yu Ning from a close distance. Yu Ning could almost see the shadows reflected in Ji Mingxia's pupils, which were full of himself. He only felt his heart pounding violently, quickly and irregularly beating in his chest. Such a reaction shocked Yu Ning himself. His heartbeat was so fast, and Ji Mingxia was so close to him. Yu Ning turned his head almost instantly, not daring to look at Ji Mingxia. He patiently said, "Let me go first." Ji Mingxia was so frightened by the ghost that his hands and feet went weak, and he didn't obey. Seeing Yu Ning turn her head away from him at this moment, and say this again, Ji Mingxia was startled, not only did not let go, but hugged tighter. "I sincerely admit my mistake. Yu Ning, please help me out with mercy, I really don't want to die." When he was extremely nervous, he spoke very fast. Because he was holding Yu Ning, the breath of the speech also fell on Yu Ning's neck. Yu Ning only felt a heat on his neck, his ears became hot, and immediately turned red. This time, no matter how restrained he was, he couldn't hide. But at the same time, Yu Ning also quickly discovered that Ji Mingxia's mood was really wrong. He was panting all the time, holding his hand too hard and shaking. Yu Ning had never seen Ji Mingxia like this before. If he hadn't been really frightened, Ji Mingxia, who had just rejected him, wouldn't have been able to admit it so quickly. Thinking of this, Yu Ning couldn't care about the abnormal emotions in his heart, and quickly said, "Ji Mingxia, are you alright? Don't worry, calm down." Ji Mingxia clutched Yu Ning's clothes tightly and looked at him nervously. Yu Ning looked at the cold sweat oozing from his forehead, and said slowly, "I'm not angry." "You were in the dormitory just now, did something happen?" Ji Mingxia said with a pale face, "The woman hanging on my bed." Yu Ning immediately understood. Ji Mingxia was just like him and could see ghosts. Although I was curious about Ji Mingxia's experience, Yu Ning suppressed the doubts in his heart and whispered, "I know, I see her often. Don't be afraid, I am here, and with you." Yu Ning said, waited for a while, and saw Ji Mingxia's limbs still hugging him stiffly. He pursed his lips helplessly. Finally, Yu Ning freed up a hand and patted Ji Mingxia's back lightly, soothing it awkwardly. When Yu Ning was a child watching TV commercials, her parents would gently soothe the crying and scared baby. As long as he can remember, he has never seen his parents, and everyone in the orphanage is afraid of him. He has a special physique and can see all kinds of magical and strange scenes since he was a child. When she was sad and afraid, Yu Ning once imagined that a relative would comfort him and tell him not to be afraid like the elders in the advertisement. Although no one has ever done it to him, imagination does give him a lot of strength and relieves his tense spirit. Seeing Ji Mingxia like a frightened little animal at this moment, Yu Ning somehow remembered the picture in the TV commercial. No one has comforted him, but he can try this method to help Ji Mingxia. Yu Ning stretched out his hand awkwardly and patted Ji Mingxia lightly, but because he couldn't control the strength, it was light and heavy, and sometimes patted Ji Mingxia on the shoulder. Ji Mingxia gradually calmed down under his slap. At this moment, the footsteps of students came from the corridor. Although Senior 3 students will not come back for lunch break, but Senior 1 and Senior 2 students may return to the dormitory at noon. Their dormitory floor is relatively high, and they often pass by Ji Mingxia when they go upstairs. Confirmed that Ji Mingxia gradually calmed down and felt someone approaching, Yu Ning stopped and said to Ji Mingxia, "Let me go first." Ji Mingxia heard the words and realized that he was holding Yu Ning so tightly for several minutes. Although Yu Ning's body is cold and comfortable, but this summer, two men hug each other. In addition, in his impression, Yu Ning in the novel is very repulsive of physical contact with others. After being covered by Yu Ning, Ji Mingxia's sanity gradually returned, and he quickly regained the consciousness of supporting roles. He hurriedly let go of Yu Ning, took a step back, and leaned his back against the door of the dormitory. The next moment, Ji Mingxia remembered the ghost of the dormitory again, and quickly changed positions, facing the dormitory door vigilantly. Yu Ning saw Ji Mingxia's reaction in his eyes and said, "I'll go in and have a look." Ji Mingxia quickly asked, "What about me?" "You wait for me outside," Yu Ning said, and after the first and second high school students went upstairs completely, he walked to the door of the dormitory and opened the door. Ji Mingxia watched as Yu Ning opened the door of the dormitory and walked in alone. The moment he was about to close the door, Ji Mingxia finally gritted his teeth, stepped forward, followed behind Yu Ning, and entered the dormitory with him. The first 2 times Yu Ning encountered the ghost, it was only with his help that he broke free. In this period, Yu Ning's force value was still very low. If Yu Ning encounters a ghost at this moment, Ji Mingxia may hesitate, but Yu Ning will enter the dormitory now because of him. Ji Mingxia can't let Yu Ning face the danger alone. Of course, as soon as he entered the dormitory, Ji Mingxia grabbed Yu Ning's clothes very unscrupulously, fearing that he would get separated from the protagonist and be killed by the ghost boss. Yu Ning did not expect Ji Mingxia to be so frightened that she would come in with him. He protected Ji Mingxia behind him, and according to what Ji Mingxia said before, he raised his head and looked in the direction of Ji Mingxia's bed. Chapter 9. The bed was empty, nothing. The dormitory was quiet and peaceful. The afternoon light came in. Although it was not so bright due to the rain, it was still a familiar room for Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning. In the entire dormitory, except for Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia, there is no trace of anything else. Ji Mingxia looked left and right, but found no ghosts. The temperature in the dormitory also returned to normal, and the cold feeling disappeared. He was afraid that Yu Ning would misunderstand that he was lying, so he quickly pointed his head to his bed and said, "She was hanging there just now." Yu Ning walked to Ji Mingxia's bed. Ji Mingxia got up in a hurry in the morning, and went downstairs without making the bed. At this moment, not only the quilt was not folded on the bed, but also various pajamas, underwear, etc., scattered at the end of the bed. Who would have thought that one day Yu Ning would come to his bedside to take a closer look? Ji Mingxia hurriedly rushed over, grabbed his underwear and planned to put it in the cabinet, while emphasizing, "This is clean, clean. I just didn't think about what color to wear, I took them all out and chose." Ji Mingxia said, always feeling a little embarrassed, so he could only bite the bullet and add, "In the end I chose black, which matches our school pants better, you can also consider it next time." Pills, more and more embarrassing. When he told Zhao Shuiyue and the others this kind of joke, everyone was happy. Why did it get more and more strange when it came to Yu Ning? It must be the original pot. The more Ji Mingxia spoke, the quieter he hurriedly put away his clothes. Yu Ning heard the words and controlled himself not to look in places where he should not look. His expression was also a little unnatural, but his concealment skills were much better than Ji Mingxia, and at the moment he looked very calm. Even after Ji Mingxia accidentally touched the sheets, Yu Ning quickly stopped him. "Wait. Ah, what's wrong?" Ji Mingxia hurriedly stopped. Yu Ning pulled the sheets over, revealing a certain side to Ji Mingxia. "I saw a few drops of black viscous blood printed on the light gray sheet." Ji Mingxia took a sniff and almost retched. Her already pale complexion turned even paler. "What is this?" "It's not what it left behind." Yu Ning nodded. Ji Mingxia is about to vomit. Although he has no cleanliness, anyone who sees this thing dripping on his bed will not be well. Ji Mingxia screamed, "No way, I saw it a few times before, and I didn't leave any traces. Why did you keep this kind of thing on my bed this time?" There are still a few days before the college entrance examination. At the last minute, he must be in school, but with this stuff on the bed, he will have a psychological shadow when he sleeps here. Yu Ning asked, "How many times before?" "How many times have you seen it?" "Including this time, 3 times. Ji Mingxia wanted to cry without tears. Yu Ning said, "Did you do anything to it the first 2 times?" "I didn't do anything." After Ji Mingxia finished speaking, she suddenly realized that the ghost suddenly shifted its target and stared at him. "Is it really because of the first 2 times?" Speaking of which, the first time he saw a ghost image, he interrupted the ghost press. The second time, it was even more incredible. He even took a flashlight and took a left photo of the ghost image, the right photo, the real battle, and the ghost PK. Before leaving, the ghost figure climbed from Yu Ning's back to Ji Mingxia's back. At that time, Ji Mingxia fell and brought in Zhao Shuiyue and others from outside the classroom, otherwise what would the result be? It was completely beyond what Ji Mingxia could imagine. He thought he was a passerby who was not in the dungeon, just completing the task of secretly protecting the protagonist. Thinking of this, Ji Mingxia took a breath and looked at Yu Ning helplessly. Yu Ning said, "Is it inconvenient to tell me?" Ji Mingxia wanted to cry but had no tears. Seeing that Yu Ning was about to turn around, he quickly grabbed Yu Ning's hand and shouted against his will, "It's very convenient, very convenient." Yu Ning, who had his back to Ji Mingxia, turned his mouth slightly, but when he turned to face Ji Mingxia, he returned to his usual appearance. There was no one else in the dormitory. Ji Mingxia found 2 chairs and sat down face to face with Yu Ning. Under Yu Ning's gaze, Ji Mingxia struggled to explain the situation of the first 2 ghost encounters. The first time I saw it, I was frightened and accidentally dropped the cup. When I raised my head again, it disappeared. Ji Mingxia Hanin silly. This is the second time. I didn't get my homework. When I saw it when I went back to the classroom, I was startled by it again. I accidentally fell again. Then it disappeared again. After Ji Mingxia finished speaking, she looked at Yu Ning with a guilty conscience. No more. Yu Ning, that's it? Ji Mingxia, yes, that's it. Yu Ning said, what about today? Today? Ji Mingxia was stunned. Today is what you saw. As soon as I entered the door and saw it, I was scared to death, but fortunately I ran into you as soon as I went out. I thought it was I came prepared today. What will be the big move? I didn't expect it, and I left like this. Yu Ning nodded, yes. Ji Mingxia always felt that there was another deep meaning in this. He looked at Yu Ning and asked, have you come to any conclusion? Yu Ning said to Ji Mingxia, this ghost has been around for a while, originally to haunt me. I didn't expect you to see it. The ghost should have noticed this, so I decided to avoid me for now and lock you. Avoid? Ji Mingxia caught the key words. Yu Ning said, he wanted to possess my body, I found a flaw in it, and we couldn't stand each other. Ji Mingxia was stunned for a moment. Weakness? Yu Ning nodded to Ji Mingxia. It took several seconds for Ji Mingxia to react. So you mean, without me, you and Ghost Shadow 1v1, you won't necessarily lose, let alone die? I'm alone? Yu Ning continued to nod. Seeing this, Ji Mingxia almost jumped up. The original protagonist's golden finger is much bigger than he imagined. Although Yu Ning is still in high school, although he is miserable, although he is excluded by everyone, although he has not yet encountered Xiaogong, although he is still a weak and helpless protagonist, he has already mastered it in advance with the skills, I can fight with such a terrifying ghost. And he Ji Mingxia, although rich and popular, but when faced with ghosts, he has no power to fight back. So what is he busy with these 2 days? Ji Mingxia thought about how hard, busy, and frightened he had been these 2 days, but he was still haunted by ghosts today, and he almost doubted his life. He couldn't help shouting to Yu Ning, why didn't you tell me sooner? Yu Ning looked at him. Tell you what? Tell me you have a way. Ji Mingxia said angrily, I don't need to do so many little tricks. Seeing Yu Ning staring at him, Ji Mingxia suddenly woke up. He seemed to have unknowingly said all what he should say and what he should not say. The first time he saw the ghost, he deliberately broke the cup to help Yu Ning. The second time, he pretended to use his homework to help Yu Ning drive out the ghost, and finally escaped by wrestling. He even confessed the matter of giving Yu Ning a campus card when he just ran out. He clearly wanted to hide Yu Ning. How could he say it all in such a short time? Thinking of this, Ji Mingxia couldn't care about the grief and anger, but began to feel uneasy. His behavior, if all of it is not a coincidence, is too suspicious for Yu Ning. In addition, Ji Mingxia only came here for 2 short days, and Yu Ning's bottom was almost lifted, and now only the trump card of Chuanshu is left. If Yu Ning really intends to investigate, he will definitely not be able to hide it. Ji Mingxia couldn't imagine the result of Yu Ning knowing the truth. The protagonist knows that he is the protagonist before the text begins. This is still amazing. This story can really go on. Oh, he is really very suspicious. Seeing Ji Mingxia's face getting paler, Yu Ning thought that Ji Mingxia was worried about ghosts entangled in him. He actually still had a lot of questions in his mind, but Ji Mingxia didn't say it. Yu Ning just stopped. He said to Ji Mingxia, the ghost is not difficult to deal with, I will definitely solve it as soon as possible. Ji Mingxia was in a panic of spoilers. In just half an hour, he was frightened one after another, suffered heavy physical and mental damage, and his IQ plummeted. He looked at Yu Ning blankly and said, "Solve it?" Yu Ning nodded slightly, turned around and took a worksheet from the bookshelf, and in front of Ji Mingxia, quickly made a table. This is the time and duration of its appearance since this period of time. The time of appearance is regular, and the duration of appearance is steadily increasing. At the same time, according to your experience, it can be inferred that ghosts can only target one person at a time, and are easily interrupted by external interference. Before this, the ghost had no entity, but with the time delay, the characteristics of the ghost's body surface gradually became clear, especially the blood that dripped on your bedsheet just now, which proves the power is gradually increasing. Yu Ning added with a little thought while speaking, "What appeared today is liquid. If there is no accident, next time it may be flesh or hair, which has a certain aggressiveness, and the time, as a rule, the next time should be before dawn tomorrow." Ji Mingxia looked at his table and analysis and was stunned. He can understand Yu Ning's table, and he knows every word Yu Ning says, but when combined, he can't understand it. In Ji Mingxia's memory, in the original work, namely because the protagonist attacking Pei Yuan has a special identity and has undergone systematic training, so most of the time, Pei Yuan is responsible for customs clearance, while Yu Ning is mainly responsible for go with the plot. So Ji Mingxia tacitly agreed that Yu Ning needed his help. But according to the current situation, when faced with mysterious events, Yu Ning obviously has his own way. Recording, summarizing, analyzing. This is a clear idea, worthy of being the number one student in the school. Ji Mingxia was confused and had to ask the most simple question, "Then what should I do?" "Let it out." Yu Ning said, "Leave the rest to me." Chapter 10. In the afternoon, Ji Mingxia found tomorrow's duty students. Please change the duty time with them. The students on duty in the class are arranged according to their seat numbers. Ji Mingxia's seat number is in the back. According to the normal rotation, Ji Mingxia will get his turn next month. At this time, they are only a few days away from the college entrance examination. They will graduate directly after the college entrance examination, and they will no longer have to go back to school. In other words, switching the duty time with Ji Mingxia at this time is equivalent to letting Ji Mingxia replace them for free and clean the classroom every day. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. With this effort, even if you don't study, you can sleep for a while to keep your spirits up. Therefore, the exchange students are not only not dissatisfied at all, but also thank Ji Mingxia very much. Ji Mingxia smiled and said you are welcome, silently crying. He doesn't get enough sleep every day. If he can, he also wants to sleep a little more. However, he and the protagonist have the same fate now. Only when ghosting is completely solved can he and Yu Ning be able to take the college entrance examination with peace of mind. According to Yu Ning's speculation, the ghost will appear before dawn the next day. At present, the ghost is entangled in Ji Mingxia. If he is not careful, Ji Mingxia may be in danger. And Ji Mingxia chased away ghosts twice, but was entangled by ghosts. No one knew if ghosts could be replaced again. If Zhao Zhuoyue and the others were chosen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Ji Mingxia is afraid of death, she is not willing to involve others. Compared with Zhao Zhuoyue and the others, he and Yu Ning are well-known characters. Probably, the probability of survival is relatively high. Big. Therefore, after discussing with Yu Ning for a noon, Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning decided that it is best to avoid the students so that it is convenient to perform. On the campus around 4 or 5 o'clock, the most deserted thing is the classroom. It rained for 2 days in a row and finally stopped today. The air of the campus after the rain is full of the smell of soil and plants. The campus at 5 in the morning is dewy at night. It was not yet dawn, only the warm yellow lights of the street lamps illuminated the surroundings. The surroundings were quiet, not even the chirping of insects and birds. Ji Mingxia followed Yu Ning, walked across the boulevard, and walked towards the teaching building. While walking, Ji Mingxia was so tired, she couldn't help yawning wildly. Just as the tears were hazy, Ji Mingxia suddenly discovered that there were several clear black shadows in front of them. The first day Ji Mingxia wore it, he saw a lot of dark shadows when he was in school. At first he thought he was a classmate who went to school together, but when he found out that Zhao Shuiyue and the others could not see it, only Ji Mingxia could see it. Frightened him enough. Since then, Ji Mingxia has never looked sideways, never looked around, whether in or out of class. Seeing the black shadows in front of him at this moment, Ji Mingxia originally wanted to look away quickly, but soon, Ji Mingxia realized something was wrong. Where have you seen it, such a familiar back? Ji Mingxia was puzzled. The more puzzled he became, the more he couldn't help staring. Tattoo, blah blah. In the quiet boulevard, in addition to the footsteps of Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning, there were gradually chaotic footsteps, as if countless people were walking with them. At this moment, Yu Ning, who was with Ji Mingxia, suddenly said, "Don't look." Ah! Ji Mingxia heard Yu Ning's voice and suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at Yu Ning nervously and said, "What's wrong?" "Seeing too much will affect each other," Yu Ning said. Ji Mingxia looked at Yu Ning blankly. At first he didn't understand what it meant, until a light flashed in his mind. He suddenly remembered why he felt familiar with the shadow. The last time he saw the shadow was at dawn. Although it was dark because of the rain, the sun came out anyway, so although he saw the shadow, it was all blurry. There is no complete look. But at this moment, probably because it was before dawn, the black shadow was extraordinarily clear. Ji Mingxia's mind was full of dealing with ghosts for a while, and before he knew it, his eyes wandered to the dark shadows around him. And the figure of this group of shadows doesn't look like anyone else, just like Ji Mingxia himself. After realizing this, Ji Mingxia felt a chill and almost didn't scream. Seeing ghosts is scary enough. Who would have thought that these ghosts could change according to his appearance? This is the rhythm of assimilating him in minutes. Sure enough, it's not suitable to go out late at night. If it weren't for a life-threatening event in the future, he wouldn't have run out late at night if he was killed. Ji Mingxia wailed in his heart, and at the same time, as he woke up, the surroundings also changed. The cluttered footsteps suddenly disappeared, and the surroundings were silent, except for the footsteps of Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia, which echoed crisply. Those shadows who were walking around, all stopped at the same moment, stood stiffly in place, watching them silently. Across the distance, although Ji Mingxia couldn't see their faces, there was an inexplicable feeling that he was being stared at by countless people. Swish, swish, swish. The night wind blows the treetops, making the rustling sound of the leaves. The black shadow faces Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia, standing silently, hiding in the gaps of the layered shade trees, silently prying. Seeing this, Ji Mingxia got goosebumps all over. He originally ran alongside Yu Ning, and the distance between them was about half a meter. At this moment, being stared at by so many dark shadows, Ji Mingxia felt hairy and moved towards Yu Ning unconsciously. When he came back to his senses, he was standing beside Yu Ning very unscrupulously, holding Yu Ning's white school uniform with both hands and following Yu Ning next to him, dance to tune. Yu Ning seems to be used to this kind of scene. No matter if the shadow is walking or stopping, it doesn't affect his pace. Feeling Ji Mingxia's nervousness, although Yu Ning didn't say anything, he adjusted the hem of his clothes without a trace, making it easier for Ji Mingxia to drag. The tree-lined road is a shortcut connecting the dormitory building and the teaching building. The long journey in the past has become extraordinarily distant now. Fortunately, although the situation on this road was strange, it was a near miss in the end. Under the leadership of Yu Ning, Ji Mingxia followed him through quickly. In less than 2 minutes, he left the shadows and came to the downstairs of the classroom. The feeling of being watched gradually disappeared. Ji Mingxia breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't until he let go of Yu Ning's clothes that he realized that his palms were a little wet, and he was sweating a lot. Fortunately, you reminded me, otherwise I can't imagine what would happen, Ji Mingxia murmured while wiping his hands. Yu Ning said, "These shadows have been floating in the school for many years, and few people can see them. As long as they don't look, they will be fine." The law of attraction, it's obviously very important, but I completely forgot. Ji Mingxia said angrily. The original is a horror copy novel. Except for the copy, all the mysterious events have been explained to a certain extent. The law of attraction, also known as the law of attraction, means that when thoughts are concentrated in a certain field, people, things and things related to this field will be attracted by it. Note 1. In Ji Mingxia's world, the law of attraction is somewhat similar to Murphy's law, demonstrating a psychological effect. Many people work hard towards a certain goal through self-hypnosis, and finally achieve it. When this psychological effect is used positively, it can often play a very positive role. But in the world of fiction, the power represented is very terrifying. Once you start to come into contact with supernatural events, you can't help but start thinking, and the consequence of thinking is that more supernatural events will follow. This is simply endless. When Ji Mingxia was reading the text, he saw that the protagonist passed the level 1 copy after another. Now it's my turn, I just wanna cry. Who designed the immoral worldview, and let ordinary people live a good life? Ji Mingxia, who was complaining in her heart, did not notice Yu Ning's thoughtful expression after hearing his words. Ji Mingxia was fully prepared, and he will fight with ghosts in the classroom for a while. In the end, I didn't expect that the apprenticeship would be unfavorable. Before I got to the classroom, I was scared to death by the shadows floating in the school. Fortunately, the main force today is Yu Ning. I have to say that Yu Ning's calm and steady appearance gave Ji Mingxia a lot of security. The teaching building was dark, and the temperature was extremely low. As soon as Ji Mingxia entered the building, he was inexplicably frightened. Fortunately, he had already completely exposed his cowardice and fear of ghosts in front of Yu Ning. In the classroom, Ji Mingxia was next to Yu Ning the whole time. During this period, Ji Mingxia was very nervous for a while, afraid that ghosts would appear at this time. Until they reached the classroom, with a click, the lights in the classroom were turned on, and the bright light instantly illuminated the entire classroom. Looking around, the neat tables and chairs, the exercises and homework sheets stacked on each table, are so familiar. Ji Mingxia saw ghosts in the classroom last time, and there is still some psychological shadow left about the fact that the lights could not be turned on. Seeing that the classroom lights were turned on smoothly at this moment, he felt a lot more relaxed. He and Yu Ning came to the classroom ahead of time in the name of their day-to-day students, so after the lights were turned on, Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning started to clean up the classroom. Ji Mingxia was thinking about ghosts and couldn't help looking around. Unfortunately, until they finished cleaning the classroom and sat in their respective places to read, the classroom was still bright, except that the temperature was lower. There is no movement at all. The classroom is quiet, although the lights are bright, but it has been lit for a long time, which makes people dizzy. If it wasn't for the bright lights, Yu Ning would still be sitting behind him, and Ji Mingxia would almost wonder if the ghost had already arrived. I looked at the time, it was almost 5:30, and it was about to dawn. Could it be that Yu Ning made a mistake in his estimation, and the ghost is not coming today? Ji Mingxia couldn't help but whisper, Yu Ning, Yu Ning? Yeah. Yu Ning's response was not loud, and came from the back seat vaguely. Ji Mingxia felt uneasy in her heart, turned around and glanced at Yu Ning. Yu Ning is sitting in his seat reading a book quietly. In order to cover the gray eye, his bangs were longer than ordinary people. At this moment, he lowered his head and cast a faint shadow on his face, making it difficult to see his expression. Seeing Yu Ning sitting so calmly, Ji Mingxia suddenly felt relieved and said, It's almost dawn, can't we try it another day? Yes. Yu Ning replied. Ji Mingxia always thinks that Yu Ning looks weird, although he usually doesn't like to talk much, but it doesn't seem like this. I was afraid that Yu Ning would be depressed because of the wrong estimate. Ji Mingxia thought about it and said, Although I am relatively timid, if I am with you, I will not be afraid. When Yu Ning heard the words, his body suddenly moved, but strangely, he did not respond to Ji Mingxia again. In the gusts of overcast wind, the surrounding temperature is getting lower and lower. This time Ji Mingxia not only felt that something was wrong, but also got goosebumps all over her body. He glanced at the classroom again and confirmed that there was nothing abnormal, then slowly turned around and prepared to continue the problem. At this moment, the end of Ji Mingxia's eyes accidentally swept to the side window. He was startled for a moment, and the blood flowed backwards in the next moment, and he almost fell off the chair. It was dark outside, only bright inside. The contrast of light causes the glass to become a natural mirror, clearly reflecting every detail of the interior. In the eyes of Ji Mingxia, the classroom is calm at this moment. Except for the coldness, there is nothing abnormal. However, the classroom inside the glass is a completely different kind of horror classroom. Every time the hair swayed, the back of Ji Mingxia's neck felt a cool breeze blowing. What terrified Ji Mingxia the most was that Yu Ning, who was sitting behind him, disappeared. Sitting there at the moment is a woman with long black hair. When Ji Mingxia looked at the glass, the woman also stared at him through the glass. When she noticed the look of fear on Ji Mingxia's face, the woman slowly, bit by bit, twisted her neck and turned her attention to Ji Mingxia in the real world. Ji Mingxia died in place. JPG. Chapter 11. The woman's skin was pale, with black bloodstains dripping from her body, and her scarlet eyes stared at Ji Mingxia. Ji Mingxia felt that her heart stopped and she almost fainted. The instinct of survival made him want to get up and rush out. He turned his head quickly, not daring to look at the woman. The world in the glass reflection is terrifying, but the classroom in the real world is extremely quiet. Ji Mingxia hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help but change direction, avoiding the side of the glass reflection, turning her head from the other side and looking at Yu Ning behind him for help. Yu Ning, Yu Ning. Ji Mingxia whispered to Yu Ning. Yu Ning sat quietly on the table, still maintaining her previous posture, with her head down and sitting motionless in her seat reading a book. As long as she thinks that Yu Ning's seat may be a ghost, Ji Mingxia's whole person is not well, but Yu Ning doesn't give him the slightest response. In the huge classroom, there was a dead silence. After Ji Mingxia was frightened, her heartbeat and wheezing increased significantly. However, in the entire classroom, only Ji Mingxia made movement, as if Ji Mingxia was the only living person left in the entire space. Ji Mingxia wanted to cry without tears. But whenever he wanted to stand up, there was a voice in his heart that kept reminding him, "Don't move." This kind of mysterious sixth sense, I don't know when it will suddenly appear, but basically it never makes a mistake. Relying on it, Ji Mingxia survived the car accident in the third year of junior high, including that day in the bedroom. After seeing the ghost, Ji Mingxia also opened the door and escaped immediately, and sure enough he bumped into Yu Ning, who was outside the bedroom. Then now, his subconscious tells him not to go. There must be a reason why he can't go. The classroom is as cold as a cold room, and the wind on the back of the neck seems to have grown stronger. Without looking at the reflection in the glass, Ji Mingxia can imagine the position of the back of his head, how the hanging hair flutters, how to fan out the wind. Ji Mingxia held down his slightly trembling hand and forced himself to calm down. First of all, he can confirm that at least when he entered the teaching building, the person standing beside him must be Yu Ning himself. After entering the teaching building, the surrounding temperature began to drop. At that time, Ji Mingxia thought that after the rainstorm, the indoor temperature did not warm up in time, which made the teaching buildings so cold. In retrospect, I am afraid that at that time, the ghost has already appeared. But the problem is, because of the ghosts on the boulevard, Ji Mingxia has been very timid all the way. From entering the teaching building to entering the classroom, Ji Mingxia grabbed the hem of Yu Ning's clothes the whole way, walked next to Yu Ning, and didn't let go for a moment. It wasn't until the two of them started cleaning the classroom that Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning separated, and just now, Ji Mingxia noticed something unusual about Yu Ning. In other words, I can be 100% sure that Yu Ning himself walked into the classroom with me. Ji Mingxia concluded in his heart. After confirming that Yu Ning and him were in the classroom, Ji Mingxia felt a sense of security. Although he didn't know what was going on at this moment, as long as Yu Ning was in the same space as him, he believed that there would be a way. In Ji Mingxia's mind, the image of Yu Ning in the dormitory yesterday, summarizing the law of ghosts' whereabouts in a table. In order to force herself to calm down, Ji Mingxia immediately imitated Yu Ning's appearance, took out the homework paper, and made a random table. He doesn't have Yu Ning's strong memory and analysis ability, so he can only simply record the things he has in mind at this moment. At this moment, Yu Ning and I are both in the classroom. After recording, Ji Mingxia thought about it, and soon recorded the other two known information. That is the key information Yu Ning summed up through Ji Mingxia's experience yesterday. Ghosts can only attack one person so far. When ghosts attack, they are easily disturbed by the outside world. Whether it was me or Zhao Zhuozhua, they were all ordinary people, but they all drove away the ghosts directly or indirectly. Yu Ning's method really worked. After writing the three known pieces of information, Ji Mingxia was much more awake. He stared at the homework paper, and his brain began to spin rapidly. So, when Yu Ning and I were both in the classroom, the ghost could only attack him or me. If the ghost is attacking Yu Ning at this time, it must not be able to attack me. If the ghost is about to attack me, then Yu Ning must be safe. The ghost has appeared since entering the teaching building. Although Ji Mingxia felt the cold around her, she was not attacked from beginning to end. In other words, Yu Ning has always been fighting with ghosts, but Ji Mingxia doesn't know it. No wonder Yu Ning's behavior is getting more and more strange. It turns out that without Ji Mingxia's knowledge, Yu Ning has already been in danger. If Zhao Zhuozhua was attacked at this moment, Ji Mingxia would have no doubt that Zhao Zhuozhua had already been killed. After the ghost killed Zhao Zhuozhua, Ji Mingxia was the next target. However, the one who was attacked at the moment was Yu Ning. Will Yu Ning die? Impossible. Even if Ji Mingxia is dead, Yu Ning can't die. He is the protagonist of this book. After confirming this, Ji Mingxia relaxed, and even the ghost staring at him and the reflections on the side seemed less terrifying and annoying. However, at this moment, the ghost who was lying on the table staring at Ji Mingxia suddenly moved. Ji Mingxia shuddered. Although he didn't look directly at the reflection, the end of his eyes has been watching secretly. It is not that he is curious, but the instinctive attention of people to the crisis. When the ghost figure moved, Ji Mingxia's relaxed mood instantly became tense. What made Ji Mingxia even more terrified was that next, the ghost not only moved, but even slowly climbed up Yu Ning's table, along the table, towards Ji Mingxia's direction. Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning were in the same group. Yu Ning was at the last table, and Ji Mingxia was at the penultimate table. In other words, at this moment, there is only a table between Ji Mingxia and Ghost Shadow. The end of Ji Mingxia's eyes swept into the glass reflection, his scalp numb, and he almost jumped out of his seat. What is the situation? Why do you want to climb in his direction? Could it be that Yu Ning already? The ghost's limbs are thin and blue and white, and the bones wriggle in the opposite direction when crawling, and the blood flows down its limbs, leaving sticky traces of blood on the classroom table and the ground in the reflection. The ghost was sitting on Yu Ning's seat, staring at Ji Mingxia. His appearance was already very scary, and now he was crawling towards him little by little, as if he was about to climb on Ji Mingxia's back in minutes. The psychological pressure of this increases exponentially. Ji Mingxia was not a daring person at all, so he finally regained his senses, but the ghost's actions at this moment undoubtedly made Ji Mingxia uneasy again. The heartbeat that had just stabilized, dong dong dong, jumped uncontrollably. He is not the protagonist, and he does not have the aura of the protagonist. If the ghost really climbs on him, Ji Mingxia can be sure that he is 100% impossible to be the opponent of the ghost. Ji Mingxia broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but look in Yu Ning's direction again for help. But Yu Ning still sat quietly, the same as before. His posture has not changed. In this case, there are only two possibilities. First, Yu Ning has been killed by the ghost, and there is only one living person left in this classroom, Ji Mingxia, and the ghost is now attacking Ji Mingxia. Secondly, Yu Ning was too strong, so ghost decided to give up and turn to attack Ji Mingxia, the soft persimmon. If it is the second possibility, although the ghost is pressing step by step at the moment, correspondingly, Yu Ning must be by Ji Mingxia's side. The left is the calm and eerie real world, and the right is the terrifying in ghost classroom. Do you stand up and run away, or stay in the classroom and take a gamble? This dilemma is simply not giving ordinary people a way to live. Ji Mingxia was about to cry, seeing the ghost figure getting closer and closer to him. In the end, Ji Mingxia closed her eyes tightly and sat on the seat like a quail, motionless. He doesn't know what Yu Ning's situation is now, but if Yu Ning is in a desperate fight with Ghost Shadow, Ji Mingxia can't help Yu Ning, at least he can't cause trouble for him. Thinking of this, the content of the original book appeared in Ji Mingxia's mind. In normal times, Ji Mingxia would definitely avoid it. At this moment, life and death are at stake, and Ji Mingxia can't care so much. Ji Mingxia closed her eyes tightly and said in a trembling voice, Yu Ning, the law of attraction refers to when people's minds focus on a certain field, the people, things and things related to this field, will be attracted to it. In this world, there are countless mysterious objects that we don't know, with unknown energy, and people's thoughts can be turned into a medium to have an effect on the mysterious objects, amplify people's thoughts, and finally form a terrifying mystery. While Ji Mingxia was talking, the ghosts crawled towards him little by little. Although he couldn't see the ghost with his eyes closed, as the ghost got closer and closer to Ji Mingxia even smelled a rancid smell. Ji Mingxia gritted his teeth and quickly finished the rest of the sentence. This ghost must be someone's resentment before death, accidentally combined with a mysterious item. Its source of power is its deadliest flaw. Mysterious objects must use special power to peel off the seal. We can't control it, but if it can be destroyed, the ghost will die. This passage is the core of the birth of the entire copy of the original. Mysterious objects magnify human anger and resentment. After the combination of human thoughts and mysterious objects, they turn into tangible ghosts and produce various supernatural events. The protagonist's occupation of attacking Pei Yuan is to recover mysterious items. For the reader, this sentence is just a setting of the original book and is completely irrelevant. But for the protagonists, it is a crucial secret clue. So in the original book, Pei Yuan told Yu Ning this sentence. Ordinary people have never seen ghosts, let alone know mysterious items. Ji Mingxia was hesitant at first. Should he tell Yu Ning this kind of core clue in advance? But considering that, first, Yu Ning is the protagonist, so he will definitely survive. Secondly, Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia said that he has found the flaw of the ghost. Thirdly, even if Yu Ning knew the existence of the mysterious item, he did not have Pei Yuan's ability and could not get the mysterious item at all. Adhering to the principle that more is worse than less, Ji Mingxia naturally concealed it. But at this moment, it's a matter of life and death, and there's nothing to hide. He wasn't sure if his words were of any use to Yu Ning. Anyway, he said what he had to say, and the final result was entirely up to God's will. As soon as Ji Mingxia finished speaking, the ghost came behind Ji Mingxia and reached out to Ji Mingxia. The next moment, Ji Mingxia's left wrist hurt. A shrill cry that was not human-like came from behind Ji Mingxia, stabbing Ji Mingxia's eardrums with pain. After about 2 seconds, the shrill cry came to an abrupt end. I only heard a ding sound, as if some jade jewelry fell to the floor, making a crisp sound. Afterwards, the whole classroom returned to peace. A warm current came from all around, and the temperature of the entire classroom suddenly rose. Mingxia. At this moment, Yu Ning's voice came from next to Ji Mingxia. Ji Mingxia was shrinking his neck, closing his eyes, clutching his aching left wrist, not daring to move. Until she heard Yu Ning's voice, Ji Mingxia was stunned for a moment, and after confirming that she heard it correctly, she suddenly opened her eyes and turned her head quickly. At this time, it was already bright, and the early morning sunlight came in through the classroom window, and the blue morning sunlight fell. Yu Ning was standing beside Ji Mingxia, looking down at him slightly. Seeing Ji Mingxia staring blankly at him, Yu Ning called again, Mingxia. Ji Mingxia suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at Yu Ning and looked around. The surroundings were calm, and there were no ghosts in the glass reflections. Everything that just happened was like a terrifying nightmare. At this moment, the cold and darkness faded away, and they returned to the human world again. Confirming that the ghost is gone, Ji Mingxia forgot the pain in his hand, jumped up almost instantly, and hugged Yu Ning. Yu Ning, you are finally back to normal, it's not lifeless. Sit there. Though the ghost appeared for a short time, it left a huge psychological shadow on Ji Mingxia. Especially when Yu Ning was sitting in his seat motionless, as if Ji Mingxia was the only one left in the classroom. The feeling of being alone in front of a ghost is really scary. At this moment, I finally saw Yu Ning returning to normal, Ji Mingxia howled, with tears in his eyes. You don't know how scary that ghost was just now. I've grown up so much, I haven't seen it. There's been something scarier than that. Yu Ning was caught off guard by Ji Mingxia, and his whole body froze for a moment. Almost instantly, his ears turned red. Every time Ji Mingxia hugs him, Yu Ning's heartbeat is very fast. He doesn't know if Ji Mingxia can hear it. Anyway, Yu Ning listens to his ears. The heartbeat is like a drum, can't hide it at all. Yu Ning stretched out his hand unnaturally, wanting to push Ji Mingxia away, but listening to Ji Mingxia's wailing voice, he felt that Ji Mingxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Yu Ning's hand was in the air for a while, and finally landed lightly on Ji Mingxia's back. I'm sorry, it's all right. Yu Ning whispered. It's fortunate that you are reliable, and in the end you drove the ghost away and saved my life. Ji Mingxia couldn't help but mutter, by the way, are you not injured? Ji Mingxia said, and was about to see Yu Ning's situation. At this moment, the door of the classroom suddenly opened with a bang. It's 5:30 in the morning, and the self-study starts at 6 o'clock. At this moment, the time for the students to go to class is approaching. The group of students who got up first, after eating from the cafeteria, poured into the classroom on time as usual to prepare for class. However, when they saw the two people who were intimate in the classroom, everyone was shocked and stunned. This is Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning? Everyone, what's the situation? Oh. Ji Mingxia, who was hugging Yu Ning, was caught on the spot. W*****W. Chapter 12. Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning are both taller. The two are teenagers, with stretched bones and slender limbs, pale skin, and their looks are also very eye-catching in the crowd. As soon as they entered the classroom, almost everyone recognized that the people who were hugging were Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning. The air was quiet for a second, and the expressions on the faces of the students and Ji Mingxia were almost frozen. Ji Mingxia's brain was also blank, and he didn't know what to do for a while. According to the original plan of Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning, they chose this time to come to the classroom. First, because the classroom is clean, they fight with ghosts and are not easy to influence others. The second reason is that ghosts are easily disturbed by the outside world. Although Yu Ning is sure to deal with ghosts, in case of any accident, both Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning will be in danger. They must be fully prepared and retreat. As the class time approaches, and in the classroom, there will be a large number of students pouring into the classroom for early morning self-study. One or two people may be in danger in the face of ghosts. With these dozens of people pouring in, no matter how powerful ghosts are, I'm afraid they won't be the same. In this way, there is a high probability that Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning will be rescued by the students who came to class. Although Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning were seen alone in the classroom, it was not very good, but in front of life, how could they manage so much? So, before coming to the classroom, Ji Mingxia also prepared that he and Yu Ning would be bumped into by classmates. However, Ji Mingxia never expected that what he saw was such a picture. He has just recovered from the fear of being dominated by ghosts, and he has finally survived the catastrophe. Everyone's eyes wandered back and forth on Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning. Ji Mingxia was dumbfounded. Yu Ning reacted first and quickly pushed Ji Mingxia away. When he pushed away, he used a skillful force in his hand. Although Yu Ning pushed Ji Mingxia away on his own initiative, from the point of view of the onlookers, it seemed that Ji Mingxia had put Yu Ning on him. Like pushing away. There were whispers all around, all talking about Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia. Especially Ji Mingxia, who just took second place in the quiz yesterday, and was caught in such a picture today. Rao is a student who was preoccupied with preparing for the college entrance examination, and can't help but eat melon. The classmates who get along with each other intimately in the classroom every day are not without. Ji Mingxia will not cause such a big reaction if it is a girl. However, the person he hugged turned out to be Yu Ning. Yu Ning. Even looking at him makes everyone feel bad, let alone touching him. I don't know what Ji Mingxia thinks. Zhao Zhuoyue, Shen Zhen and others were among the crowd. Seeing this, Zhao Zhuoyue was the first to react and said loudly, "Ji Mingxia, what are you doing? What's the situation? Didn't you get up early to clean the classroom? Did you get entangled?" Shen Zhen also said, "Are you alright? We brought you breakfast, wash your hands and eat, don't pay attention to that kind of person." Several roommates said, quickly pushed Yu Ning aside, and surrounded Ji Mingxia in groups. "You said me a geothermal field." Although no name was given, the implication was that Ji Mingxia was quickly dismissed. Yu Ning squeezed to a place where no one cared. He held the wrist of his left hand with his right hand, returned to his seat to pack up the textbooks, and then got up and left through the back door of the classroom. Ji Mingxia was stunned, and Yu Ning was pushed behind to leave the classroom. Seeing that Yu Ning was about to leave, Ji Mingxia was about to chase after him, but Zhao Zhuoyue stopped him. Zhao Zhuoyue winked at Ji Mingxia and lowered his voice, "Mingxia, so many people are watching, where are you going? For someone like Yu Ning, leave him alone. Let's go to class soon, eat breakfast quickly, everyone's attention will be diverted to study in a while, so I don't have time to care about your business." Everyone lowered their voices and persuaded them one by one. Although they didn't know what happened to Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning, their first reaction was to help Ji Mingxia get rid of it quickly and restore his reputation. Ji Mingxia looked at several roommates and knew that they were kind. In everyone's opinion, Yu Ning is really not a normal person. Whoever contacts him will be unlucky. Whoever is friends with Yu Ning is also an outlier and will be excluded by everyone. This is the default unspoken rule of the entire campus, and even the entire county. Because they grew up in such an atmosphere, no one felt that something was wrong. Anyway, it was Yu Ning who was excluded. Anyway, Yu Ning was different from ordinary people. When Ji Mingxia first wore it, in order to maintain the character of the supporting role, in order to save his own life, he also complied with this default rule. But it's different now. The ghost was staring at him. Yu Ning saw Ji Mingxia's disguise, and the two of them were even in the classroom, experiencing an extremely thrilling battle. The most important thing is that before the ghost disappeared, Ji Mingxia only felt a pain in the left wrist, like a knife cut. Ji Mingxia thought it was a ghost that hurt his hand. Until Yu Ning left, covering his left wrist with his right hand, Ji Mingxia looked down and found that his wrist was smooth and unscathed. Ji Mingxia found out on the first day that his life was tied to Yu Ning, and Yu Ning was injured, and Ji Mingxia felt the same. So just now, it was Yu Ning who was injured and defeated Ghost. Up to now, Ji Mingxia's wrist is still in pain, which shows the deep wound on Yu Ning's wrist. Maybe this is why Yu Ning left the classroom. Knowing that Yu Ning was injured and leaving, Ji Mingxia sat indifferently in the classroom, eating breakfast, anxious to distance himself from him. Ji Mingxia asked himself, he couldn't do it. Anyway, the characters have collapsed, and it's not bad. Ji Mingxia thought very single in his heart. He looked at a few roommates apologetically, and said, "I'm sorry everyone, there is one thing I have kept from you for a long time, and I have always wanted to be honest, but I have never had the courage, now that you have seen it. I still decided not to hide it from everyone." Several roommates were shocked when they heard this. Ji Mingxia's apologetic expression, serious tone and content made several roommates feel an indescribable feeling. "Ji Mingxia, you won't be with Yu Ning, you too." "Yes, you guessed right." Ji Mingxia nodded calmly before everyone finished speaking. The sound of gasping for breath came from all around, and everyone looked at Ji Mingxia in shock. Zhao Zhuoyue was even more anxious, and even shouted directly, "Ji Mingxia, are you working on duty in the morning and waking up too early, and your head is still awake?" Ji Mingxia had thought that everyone would look at him differently, but he didn't expect that everyone's reaction was bigger than he imagined. Even though he was prepared, when everyone gasped and looked at him in amazement, he still felt a terrible pressure. He is just friends with Yu Ning, so he needs to bear such strange eyes and pressure, and dare not imagine how Yu Ning usually lives. Fortunately, Yu Ning is the protagonist of this world. Although the first 18 years of his life suffered, the future is bright and smooth. Thinking of this, Ji Mingxia's mood is a little better, trying to hypnotize himself in his heart. These people are all paper people, try not to be too nervous. Afterwards, Ji Mingxia met everyone's gaze. He smiled at Zhao Shuoyue and said a golden sentence, "I am sober now, I have never been so sober before." Everyone was speechless, and several roommates were shocked. Thinking about it carefully, Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia were not at all abnormal before, but in the past few days, there are indeed some signs. Thinking of this, Xinjin couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "We didn't mean to oppose you, just Mingxia. Why is it Yu Ning? The college entrance examination is coming soon. Is there anything I can't wait for the college entrance examination? You see that Yu Ning has run away, leaving you alone in the classroom to bear everything. Why is it worth you to come out publicly for him? Ji Mingxia, stay awake, this kind of person is not worth it." Several roommates said at the end. The more they said, the more annoyed they became, and the volume couldn't help raising the volume. Ji Mingxia, who was about to endure the baptism of gossip and rumors, the more he listened, the more he felt that this content seemed something wrong. Shouldn't you be scolding aliens, monsters, and other common words? Why is what everyone said completely different from what Ji Mingxia imagined? What's not being spineless? What's coming out publicly? Is that the coming out he understood? Ji Mingxia had an unpleasant premonition in his heart. Seeing several roommates all looking at him sadly, he asked everyone carefully, "What are you talking about? Tell me about the relationship between you and Yu Ning." Zhao Shuoyue became more and more annoyed, kicked his chair and said angrily, "You might as well choose a straight man like me, this kind of spineless soft egg, how can it be worthy of you? Love?" Ji Mingxia was shocked and almost fainted. He said it. He was just friends with Yu Ning. According to his estimation, at most, people would point at him from behind and talk a lot. As a result, everyone's reaction was more terrifying than he imagined. Not only did a few roommates persuade, but the whole class didn't even care about studying against time, and they all stood where they were inactively eating melons. It turns out that people eat not friendship melons, but love melons. Ji Mingxia was going crazy, because she was so excited, her face was red. "What are you thinking about? When did I fall in love with Yu Ning?" Fortunately, he has already encountered ghosts, he has experienced storms, otherwise Ji Mingxia must be scared to death now. "I have seen Jiaxi before, but I have never seen Jiaxi become like this. He is a love mentor, how can he make CP with Yu Ning?" Ji Mingxia was so anxious that she almost stuttered, I look like I'm in love with Yu Ning, eh?" Although Yu Ning is a closet, he has not met Pei Yuan yet, and he is completely asexual. As for Ji Mingxia, he is a straight man. Although he has been single for so many years and has never been in a relationship with a girl, he has also never been in a relationship with a boy. Ji Mingxia blushed with anxiety, and immediately stunned everyone. Xinjin looked around blankly. "So, what's the situation now?" Zhao Shuoyue was also surprised. "So, you are not in love with Yu Ning now, isn't the person you like?" "Of course not in love," Ji Mingxia said. "Heaven is pitiful, although he and Yu Ning hug each other, they are a revolutionary friendship that has experienced life and death, and there is absolutely no impurity." Thinking of this, Ji Mingxia said quickly, "Me and Yu Ning, we are a very pure friendship. Just now Yu Ning helped me solve a big problem, I was excited and hugged him and thanked him. Don't we often hug each other like I usually treat you? Is there?" Zhao Shuoyue looked at Ji Mingxia suspiciously, and whispered, "Didn't you quietly tell us when school started, you like men and don't like to be too intimate with people?" Ji Mingxia was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground. He suddenly remembered. He and Ji Mingxia of this world, although they have the same physical experience, the biggest difference is that Ji Mingxia of this world, in order to meet the identity of the protagonist's love mentor, he is a homosexual and have been in a relationship. Although Ji Mingxia in this world, Whether her ex-boyfriend is round or flat, Ji Mingxia doesn't know. But this is an objective fact after all. The subtle differences in life have triggered a series of butterfly effects, which finally led to the misunderstanding of his relationship with Yu Ning at this moment. If it was in his original world, it is absolutely impossible to cause such a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, Ji Mingxia reluctantly calmed down. He looked at everyone and said, Yu Ning has always been the number one in the school since elementary school. His learning method is different from ours, and he is betting on exams. He is very keen, so I have been pestering Yu Ning recently, and I asked him to help me. This is the reason why my academic performance improved in a short period of time, and I immediately got the second place in the whole class in the quiz. That's it? Zhao Zhuoyue heard the words and was about to vomit blood. Ji Mingxia nodded helplessly. Yes, that's it. What is there to be sorry for? It's so mysterious. Zhao Zhuoyue muttered. Ji Mingxia was also in a cold sweat. He almost came out of the closet with the protagonist and the whole class before he knew it. This is a social death. Fortunately, it was finally explained clearly. Ji Mingxia said, I secretly asked Yu Ning for help, and I learned the secret of learning through him, but I haven't told you. It's not very good. Who can thinking that you guys will make up your mind? Well, now that it's finally made clear, then I'll go first. The class is about to start. Where are you going? Chenjin said quickly. If there is no oolong just now, Ji Mingxia must confess that he will go after Yu Ning. But Ji Mingxia couldn't say what she was just suspected of being in a relationship. He gestured with his hand in the direction where Yu Ning was leaving at the back door of the classroom, so that everyone could understand the meaning. As he walked out of the classroom quickly, Ji Mingxia said, I'll ask the teacher to ask for a leave in a while. I won't come to class this morning, see you in the afternoon. After he finished speaking, he could no longer bear the awkward atmosphere in the classroom, and ran away in a flash, leaving the whole class in place, looking at each other. Zhao Zhuoyue said, he went to find Yu Ning alone. Shall we follow along and have a look? Forget it, Mingxia is no longer a child, let him handle it himself. Chenjin said. Zhao Zhuoyue couldn't help muttering, are we sure we misunderstood? Is there really nothing between the two of them? Chenjin and others spread their hands helplessly when they heard the words. There was the shocking news of Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning are in love before. After clarification at this moment, I learned that Ji Mingxia was only asking Yu Ning for advice and learning methods, not to mention a few roommates. The students who were onlookers lost interest. As the class bell rang, everyone quickly seized the time and entered the final sprint learning state. On the other side of the campus, downstairs of the third grade teaching. After Yu Ning left the classroom, he stood for a moment in the corner of the downstairs of the teaching building, paying close attention to the movement of him and Ji Mingxia's class door. Seeing that Ji Mingxia didn't come out, the door of the class was quiet, everyone was obediently in the classroom, it seemed no different from the past. Yu Ning relaxed a little. He knows very well what kind of alien he is in the eyes of others. Whoever gets close to him will be implicated. The classmates saw him and Ji Mingxia hugging each other with their own eyes. If you want to reduce attention and put an end to rumors, the best way is not for him and Ji Mingxia to clarify together, but for Yu Ning to leave quickly. Ji Mingxia is good looking, not only has good grades, but also has a good personality. He has always been popular in school. Though their roommates looked fierce on weekdays, they were very protective of Ji Mingxia. With Ji Mingxia's own popularity as a foundation, and roommates to protect it, and the students are busy studying, they don't have so much time to gossip. As long as Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia don't go together anymore, I believe this will fade away soon. After making sure that Ji Mingxia was okay, Yu Ning left with confidence. At this point in time, everyone is rushing to the teaching building to take classes. Yu Ning and the public are going in the opposite direction. Apart from attracting attention, it only adds to the annoyance of others. In order to avoid the crowd, Yu Ning deliberately took a detour. The wound on his left wrist, blood seeping little by little over time. In order to avoid being seen dripping blood and causing unnecessary trouble, Yu Ning covered the wound on his left wrist with his right hand and walked slowly towards the dormitory building. Just dealing with ghosts, it has taken a lot of Yu Ning's mind. At this moment, the stinging pain from the wound on the wrist is transmitted from time to time. Although the wound is hidden, Yu Ning's face is pale because of physical strength. No support, gradually become more pale. Don't say that I accidentally met his students. Even the teacher saw him from afar. Seeing that Yu Ning didn't look abnormal on the surface, only his face looked more bleak and terrifying than usual. Teachers are too taboo, so frightened, they directly detour. Yu Ning has long been used to this. It wasn't until she came to the door of the dormitory and took the key that Yu Ning let go of her hand tremblingly. At this moment, not only was there blood on his left wrist, but the palm of his right hand was also full of blood oozing. This wound was not originally in Yu Ning's plan. Although Ghost Shadow's strength is increasing day by day, Yu Ning is still confident to take it down. The reason why he was injured is because at the last moment, Yu Ning heard Ji Mingxia's reminder and temporarily changed his mind. Although there is an extra wound, it is not without gain. The only pity is that the ghost disappears, and Ji Mingxia will not come to him again in the future. I won't prepare hot water for him, I won't secretly send him a campus card, and I won't hide behind him in fear, relying on him wholeheartedly and trusting him. They will change back to what they were before, being two ordinary classmates who have nothing to do with each other. Even after the college entrance examination, everyone will be separated, and he may not even see Ji Mingxia. Thinking of this, Yu Ning lowered his eyes, hiding the deep haze in his eyes. The hand holding the key trembled even more because of the ups and downs in the heart, and there was no way to insert it into the keyhole and open the dormitory door. Yu Ning pursed her lips and stood outside the dormitory with a sullen face. As long as he thinks that he will never see Ji Mingxia again in the future, he is so irritable that he is full of Ji Mingxia's appearance. There were even dark thoughts in my heart. If he didn't get rid of the ghost just now. As long as the ghosts are within the controllable range and leave ghosts, Ji Mingxia will naturally stay by his side. Yu Ning. Vaguely, Yu Ning even heard Ji Mingxia calling him. He twitched the corners of his mouth mockingly, thinking that he was too tired to have hallucinations. The ghost has disappeared. Ji Mingxia is still studying in the classroom early in the morning. How could he appear here? The next moment, only to hear a click, the door of the dormitory was opened from the inside. Ji Mingxia stuck his head out of the dormitory, and his eyes lit up when he saw Yu Ning. Yu Ning, you're back. Chapter 13. Yu Ning stared blankly at Ji Mingxia, who suddenly appeared in front of him. In the early morning after the rainstorm, the sun shone into the dormitory and just fell on Ji Mingxia's face. The skin is clear and white, and you can vaguely see a layer of light fluff beside his cheeks. The surprise has nowhere to hide. But Ji Mingxia didn't have time to notice Yu Ning's surprise. The moment he saw Yu Ning, his attention was drawn away by the blood on Yu Ning's hands. Why is there so much blood? Ji Mingxia exclaimed in shock, and pulled Yu Ning in at once. Sit down first, I'll help you deal with it. He said, let Yu Ning sit on the chair, turned around quickly, and took the bag on the table. The packaging bag was opened, and the bag was full of various trauma medicines. Ji Mingxia squatted down, quickly unpacked, and helped Yu Ning clean up awkwardly. The wound is so deep, will I not be able to handle it, or should we let the school doctor take a look? By the way, did you also hurt the palm of your left hand last time? This hand has too many disasters. Will it hurt if I rub it like this? Yu Ning? While treating the wound, Ji Mingxia couldn't help but ramble on. After speaking for a while, Yu Ning didn't respond. Ji Mingxia couldn't help raising his head and calling his name. Yu Ning stared blankly at Ji Mingxia squatting in front of him, holding his hand in one hand and wiping the blood on his hand with cotton in the other. It wasn't until Ji Mingxia called his name that Yu Ning suddenly came back to his senses, almost quickly withdrew his hand, and whispered, I can handle it myself. You have both hands injured, what should you do? Ji Mingxia said. Only the left hand is injured, the right hand is normal. That hand is inconvenient, so let me do it. Ji Mingxia said, and took Yu Ning's left hand back. Yu Ning's body temperature is very low, and Ji Mingxia is the opposite. The two hands touched each other, and the warm temperature passed from Yu Ning's hand to his heart. Susu's numbness swept all the way, and Yu Ning's ears became hot almost instantly. The cotton rubbed the blood near the wound, itchy, with a very slight sting. A strange feeling fainted in her heart. Yu Ning couldn't help turning her head and glanced at Ji Mingxia quietly. After 2 seconds, he quickly looked away. But after a while, she found that Ji Mingxia was still seriously dealing with the wound, and Yu Ning couldn't help it, and looked again. Move away, look a little longer, then move away. Gradually, Yu Ning's eyes stayed longer and longer. He couldn't help lowering his head, almost greedily staring at Ji Mingxia's every move. No one ever came near him when he was injured, no one ever treated him. Scenes that he could not even dream of dreaming are so close at hand. The morning sunlight came in, the sun was warm, and Ji Mingxia was also warm. Bit by bit, it basked in the dark corners of Yu Ning's heart. Yu Ning didn't dare to move, for fear that it was all bubbles, and it shattered when he touched it lightly. I don't know how long it took. I saw Ji Mingxia fix the position of the gauze, stick the tape, and after confirming that there is no problem, Ji Mingxia put Yu Ning's hand back. Okay. As soon as Ji Mingxia's hand was released, Yu Ning's entire body seemed to fall into the cold again. His fingertips moved involuntarily, but in the end he restrained them and put them in place. Yu Ning pursed the corners of his lips, lowered his eyes to hide his overflowing emotions, and said in a low voice, "Thank you. We are still so polite. You don't think I look ugly?" Ji Mingxia said. He hasn't helped anyone to deal with the wound, and when Yu Ning came in, his hands were covered in blood, which scared him enough. Fortunately, after wiping off the blood, I found that although the wound was a little deep, the area was not large, and it was an area that ordinary people could handle. Yu Ning looked at Ji Mingxia, wishing to make 10 or 8 cuts on her body so that Ji Mingxia could continue to help him bandage. But in addition to being greedy for Ji Mingxia's touch, at this moment, Yu Ning has more doubts in his heart. He couldn't help but ask Ji Mingxia, "The self-study has already started, why are you here?" "I saw you were gone, so I quickly followed." Ji Mingxia said, in order to avoid Yu Ning's suspicion, he added, "Fortunately, I saw you covering your hands, so I guessed you must have been injured. When you first came back, you went to the pharmacy to buy medicine and asked for advice on how to bandage the wound. But I have never bandaged anyone, and the technique is not very good. If there is any heavy hand, please let me know in time." After finishing speaking, Ji Mingxia waited anxiously for Yu Ning to respond, fearing that Yu Ning would discover his flaws. After Ji Mingxia came out of the classroom, Yu Ning was nowhere to be found. He ran to the playground, stadium, etc., but didn't see anyone. The wound on the wrist was still painful, and Ji Mingxia guessed that Yu Ning must not be feeling well now. The school is so big, Yu Ning is not near the teaching building, he must go back to the dormitory to rest. So Ji Mingxia hurriedly bought medicine and rushed back to the dormitory. When she found out that Yu Ning was not in the dormitory, Ji Mingxia was a little worried that she might guess wrong. Fortunately, soon there was movement outside the door. As soon as the door opened, Yu Ning was just as he expected, standing alone outside the door, like a child who has finally returned home after wandering for a long time. Ji Mingxia felt sorry for Yu Ning, but she didn't want Yu Ning to know her secret. However, Yu Ning's attention is not here at all. "You ran out with me and brought me medicine?" Yu Ning raised his voice rarely. "The classmates in that class. The classmates are very good, they are all obediently in class." Ji Mingxia breathed a sigh of relief and said casually. After answering, seeing Yu Ning still looking at him, Ji Mingxia said again, "I have explained to them, I went to the classroom with you so early to study hard, everyone believes it. Now, don't worry." Yu Ning still looked at Ji Mingxia with a stern face. No one knows better than him what kind of image he is in everyone's mind. Everyone who gets close to him will be marked as alien. No matter what Ji Mingxia said, Yu Ning accepted it. He's already like this anyway, and it won't be any worse than he is now. But Ji Mingxia is different. In case Ji Mingxia is affected by him. Thinking of this, Yu Ning couldn't sit still. Ji Mingxia saw that Yu Ning was about to stand up, and quickly stopped him. You are still injured, rest well and don't move. If you don't believe me, you will know if you look at it when you go to class in the afternoon. Now, how could I lie to you about such a thing? Seeing Yu Ning looking down at himself, Ji Mingxia looked at him sincerely. I'll tell the truth, I will never lie, I swear. Of course, the roommates suspected that he was interested in Yu Ning, and even almost came out in front of the whole class, so they didn't need to tell Yu Ning, it only added to their troubles. Thinking of this, Ra was a thick-skinned person like Ji Mingxia, which is also a little embarrassing. After finally calming Yu Ning down, Ji Mingxia changed the subject while packing the medicine and said, apart from the wound on your wrist, do you have any other wounds on your body? If there is any discomfort, if you want to say it, you must say it. No one knows what power the ghost has, so you must not drag it. Yu Ning said, no more, only this one. Ji Mingxia looked at Yu Ning's wound, and then looked at Yu Ning's paler face than usual. After struggling for a moment, she couldn't help but ask, is it because I was injured? In fact, until now, Ji Mingxia doesn't understand what happened in the morning. The ghost appeared almost without warning, and inexplicably found Yu Ning. When Ji Mingxia realized something was wrong, it had already entered the white-hot stage. Innumerable thoughts flashed through his mind at that time, but he finally obeyed his heart and chose to stay and sit still. Now that Yu Ning is injured, Ji Mingxia can't be sure if it's because he did a disservice to him, and he is very uneasy. No. Yu Ning quickly denied. Seeing that Ji Mingxia was still a little uneasy, Yu Ning looked for it, took out something from the pocket of the school uniform, spread out his palm, and held it in front of Ji Mingxia. Ji Mingxia stared at the ring and was stunned for a moment. At first glance, it seemed familiar, but the next second, Ji Mingxia suddenly realized that he had seen this blood-red ring. The night when it rained heavily, he saw Yu Ning being entangled by ghosts, so he walked into the study room to relieve Yu Ning. The ghost was originally behind Yu Ning, but after Ji Mingxia came in, she climbed behind Ji Mingxia. When Ji Mingxia turned his head to the side, he saw the hand with the ring at a glance. Because too many things happened that day, Ji Mingxia was greatly frightened, and he had no experience in dealing with ghosts. Things are forgotten. It wasn't until now that he saw the ring that he suddenly realized that he had already seen the mysterious item on the ghost's body. So, what's the situation now? The ghost has disappeared, leaving a blood-red monster ring on Yu Ning's hand. Thinking of this, Ji Mingxia was almost shocked. This is the mysterious item on the ghost, you took it down? Yes. Yu Ning said. Ji Mingxia looked at the ring and was stunned. If you want to recover mysterious items, you must use special methods. According to the original work, only Pei Yuan has this special ability. Yu Ning did not even mention the recovery of mysterious items, and he never even fought against ghosts alone. Ji Mingxia used those words to remind Yu Ning that he was counting on Yu Ning to destroy the mysterious item and achieve a hard victory. But it never occurred to me that Yu Ning not only killed the ghost, but also got the complete mysterious item smoothly? This thing has to be handed over to a special person to seal it up. For this special profession, Yu Ning only remembers Pei Yuan. I don't know where Pei Yuan is now. Yu Ning has already obtained a mysterious item by himself. This goes. Ji Mingxia stared at the ring in a daze. Yu Ning thought that Ji Mingxia was interested in the ring, and put the ring directly on Ji Mingxia's hand. The ring was cold to start with. Ji Mingxia had never touched this kind of thing before, and jumped up in shock. This is a mysterious item, it's priceless, why are you giving it to me? Any mystery item is not a mundane item. For those with ulterior motives, it is simply priceless. In the novel, countless people go bankrupt for it, and even contaminate human life. It is precisely because of its special and evil that it needs to be kept by a special person. Ji Mingxia never thought that the two of them would get the same thing, and Yu Ning even gave him the mysterious item. He is not Pei Yuan, he can't control this thing. Yu Ning said, I thought you wanted it. Ji Mingxia suddenly didn't know what to say. I'm just surprised. How did you get it? After hearing this, Yu Ning briefly narrated what happened just now. Ji Mingxia guessed right. As soon as he entered the teaching building, the ghost had already appeared, and Ji Mingxia was the first to find it. It found me. Is it following me? Ji Mingxia asked in surprise. Lying on your back, Yu Ning said. Ji Mingxia only felt a chill on his back. Although the ghost has disappeared now, the shadow left by him is still there. He changed positions very spinelessly, and sat quietly closer to Yu Ning. Yu Ning noticed Ji Mingxia's small movements, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but after Ji Mingxia looked over, Yu Ning immediately returned to his usual expression and continued to tell. The purpose of the ghost is to get into the human body and replace it. In the beginning, its target was Yu Ning. After seeing that Yu Ning was not easy to win, it transferred to Ji Mingxia, who was better to deal with. In order to get Ji Mingxia out of danger, Yu Ning voluntarily gave up his defense, followed the ghost's wishes, and came to invite you to enter the urn. The ghost had been lying behind Ji Mingxia before, and only climbed onto Yu Ning when the two were cleaning the classroom. When the two sat down to read the book, it was the time when the battle between Yu Ning and the ghost was intensified. Using Yu Ning's body as the battlefield, one person and one ghost competed for the ownership of the body. When Yu Ning spoke, his tone was flat, but Ji Mingxia felt thrilled when he heard it. Just seeing the ghost, Ji Mingxia was so frightened, and it was impossible to take the ghost on her body. As expected of Yu Ning, she is so brave. Ji Mingxia looked at Yu Ning admiringly, and gradually realized that something was wrong. Is it his illusion that Yu Ning's pale complexion seemed to have become a little rosier? Could it be that the medicine he just wrapped took effect? Yu Ning looked better, and Ji Mingxia asked boldly, then what happened to the reflection I saw in the glass later? Yu Ning was stared at by Ji Mingxia with a hot face, but Ji Mingxia was very close to him. If he turned his face to avoid Ji Mingxia's gaze, Ji Mingxia would see his red ears all of a sudden. In desperation, Yu Ning could only lower his eyes. Hearing Ji Mingxia's question, Yu Ning slowly explained. Chapter 14. Yu Ning had already found the flaw in Ghost Shadow. If it wasn't for Ji Mingxia, the relationship between him and Ghost Shadow would have already come to an end. This time, I specially invited you to enter the urn, and the ghost is naturally not Yu Ning's opponent. When Ji Mingxia found out that Yu Ning was abnormal, Ghost Shadow had already shown a trend of decadence. In order to continue to survive, Ghost Shadow tried to get Ji Mingxia's attention and wanted to use Ji Mingxia to get himself out of danger. Ji Mingxia was taken aback for a while. Use me to get out of danger? What do you mean? I won't help it. Yu Ning reminded. Once interrupted, the ghost can escape. Ji Mingxia suddenly understood. I'll go. This ghost is actually quite intelligent. 3 characteristics of ghosts: can only attack one person at a time, easily interrupted by the outside world, more difficult to deal with every day. When interrupted by the outside world, the ghost quickly disappears. When humans are weaker than ghosts, this trick can save humans in time. For example, Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning chose to deal with ghosts in the classroom for this reason. But what about when ghosts are weaker than humans? The human being was interrupted in time, and the ghost left, so why not save his life? When Ghost found out that he was not Yu Ning's opponent, he immediately decided to use Ji Mingxia. As long as Ji Mingxia is frightened by the ghost and does anything that can disturb Yu Ning, once the outside world interferes, the ghost can quickly escape. With today's lesson learned, next time ghosts will definitely be more cautious. Considering the property of ghosts getting stronger day by day, when it makes a comeback, the ending is not easy to say. Thinking of this, Ji Mingxia was frightened. No wonder the scene in the glass reflection is so scary, but the real world is very normal. When a normal person encounters such a situation, he will either attack Yu Ning or run away, no matter what. Any action is likely to be interrupted and the ghost's intention is fulfilled. Ji Mingxia said, and couldn't help but scolded, damn. This ghost is too sinister. In the mirror, it deliberately sat on your position and crawled towards me. Was this guy familiar with Sun Tzu's art of war before he died? Is this a countermeasure? Yu Ning looked at Ji Mingxia's indignant look and said slowly, but you weren't fooled. I also felt that something was wrong at the time and wanted to gamble. Ji Mingxia said. Yu Ning said, you also reminded me to get this ring. I really didn't expect you to get it. Speaking of this, Ji Mingxia felt very guilty. At the juncture of life and death, Ji Mingxia couldn't care too much, so she gave Yu Ning a spoiler of key information in advance. He only wanted to save his life. Where did he think that Yu Ning could deal with the ghost with ease? Not only did he eliminate the ghost, he even got the mysterious item in advance. This plot is probably going to be completely out of line, and for Ji Mingxia himself, it doesn't seem to be a good thing. In order to prevent Yu Ning from questioning, Ji Mingxia quickly picked up the ring and looked at it. Although I have read the original novel, this world is very new to Ji Mingxia. This is the first time Ji Mingxia has seen mysterious items. The light shone on the ring, revealing a strange blood color. Ji Mingxia looked at it, and suddenly noticed a detail. Yu Ning, look, there are letters on the inner ring of the ring. Ji Mingxia exclaimed in surprise. The scarlet inner ring of the ring has a faint uneven pattern. Ji Mingxia deliberately turned on the flashlight of the mobile phone, found a good angle, and took a picture of the inner ring of the ring. Lin, Si, Yun? Ji Mingxia slowly read out the 3 words engraved on the inner ring of the ring, Lin Si Yun? It sounds like a girl's name. Is she the ghost? Shadow? Ji Mingxia tried to recall the appearance of the ghost. All kinds of guesses flashed in her heart, and suddenly, Ji Mingxia noticed that Yu Ning looked at him a little unusually. What's wrong? Ji Mingxia looked at Yu Ning strangely. Yu Ning said slowly, Lin Xian died on the spot in a car accident at the school gate half a month ago. Ji Mingxia? Yu Ning, you told everyone about this in the dormitory. Ji Mingxia. This is embarrassing. Who would have thought Ghost Shadow was his classmate? This kind of plot character, because it appeared before the beginning of the story, was not mentioned in the novel at all, and Ji Mingxia's own world. There is no such person as Lin Xian at all. Although after Yu Ning finished speaking, he looked away thoughtfully and did not look at Ji Mingxia, so as not to give him a sense of oppression. But the construction of the 3 bedrooms and 1 hall at the foot of Ji Mingxia has already started unconsciously. The matter has come to this point. Ji Mingxia can only bite the bullet and say with an embarrassed smile, is that so? The pressure of studying has been too much recently, and I am a little forgetful. He hugged him with difficulty. Just when the get out of class bell rang, Ji Mingxia jumped up from his seat and rushed out of the dormitory. Because of running too fast, one accidentally hit the door. Only hearing a dong sound, Ji Mingxia almost fell to the ground. Be careful. Yu Ning was startled and quickly caught Ji Mingxia. A few gold stars appeared in front of Ji Mingxia's eyes. When she saw Yu Ning's face, Ji Mingxia immediately woke up and waved her hands quickly. It's all right. Ha, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat. See you in the cafeteria. After finishing speaking, Ji Mingxia didn't dare to look at Yu Ning again, and ran away. Leaving Yu Ning stand there and watch him leave, until Ji Mingxia's back disappeared, Yu Ning looked at the blood-red ring that Ji Mingxia left behind. When Ji Mingxia held the ring, except for the strange color, there was nothing unusual about the ring. But when Yu Ning's hand touched the ring, the blood-red color in the ring surged up and climbed onto Yu Ning's finger like a living thing. His fingers were long and slender, with distinct knuckles. The ring was wriggling and changed in size, just embedded in Yu Ning's finger. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the scarlet ring fell on his finger, which made his skin pale. Ghost shadows are a little bit weirder. Yu Ning did not tell Ji Mingxia that ghosts got into his body and wanted to take control of Yu Ning's body. Yu Ning used his own way to treat his own body, and directly swallowed the ghost. This is also the reason why Ji Mingxia can see the ghost sitting in his place in the glass reflection, replacing him. Because at that time, most of the ghosts had been swallowed by him, and people and ghosts could no longer be distinguished. The ghosts were just using the remaining reason to ask Ji Mingxia for help. The ring has changed like this since the ghost died and he got the ring. As if allegiance to it. Mysterious items with special powers. Ji Mingxia's words echoed in Yu Ning's mind. He looked at the ring carefully, thought for a moment, and then took it off. Just listening to the ding sound, the priceless mysterious item was placed in a corner of the desk by him. He took the ring and wanted to give it to Ji Mingxia. Since Ji Mingxia doesn't want it, it doesn't make sense. On the other side of the campus, Ji Mingxia walked in the direction of the cafeteria and couldn't help beating his chest along the way. Thinking of this, Ji Mingxia felt envious, but couldn't help but sigh. It was not until lunchtime, when Ji Mingxia had nothing to do. While eating, he searched for news related to Lin Siyun on his mobile phone, and his attention was diverted. Lin Siyun is not only in the same class as Ji Mingxia, but also a legendary figure in their school. Not only good academic performance, but also good-looking, is recognized by the school as the school flower. But before Lin Siyun's death, what people most talked about was not her excellence, but her almost miraculous changes in recent years. Funan County is a small county, there are only so many students, and there are not many schools. Before high school, Lin Siyun was very unremarkable in terms of appearance and grades. She was in the last place and was admitted to the first high school, and she was lucky. After entering the first middle school, due to the fierce competition in the school, students with poor grades are easily left behind and various psychological pressures arise. But what I didn't expect was that Lin Siyun became more and more brave. In 3 years of high school, she sang triumphantly from the last place, rushed to the top of the grade, and in the second half of senior year, Lin Siyun basically did not drop out of the top 10. If it is just like this, it is naturally impossible to attract the attention of the whole school. The most important thing is that before high school, Lin Siyun looked dark and fat, not only with sparse hair, but even with a shabby facial skeleton. This kind of appearance is even a little worse than passers-by, and basically has no chance with beautiful women. For Ji Mingxia, Lin Siyun is a total stranger. At first, he saw all kinds of gossip, but he didn't feel much. It was not until he clicked on Lin Siyun's photo comparison map that Ji Mingxia was shocked. This Lin Siyun, the change is really huge. In junior high school, although he was dark, fat, and average-looking, his smile was sweet, and he looked healthy and energetic. After entering high school, she not only grew taller and thinner, but also had thick hair and white skin, but the smile on her face also changed. But after all, because of her good looks, it is also very eye-catching. If it weren't for the two photos put together, Ji Mingxia would doubt that it was two people. Although people's appearance will change during puberty, but it will not become like this. Not only the appearance has changed, but also the behavior and facial muscle expressions have all changed. However, in fact, the high school schedule is tight. In addition to going to and from get out of class every day, Lin Siyun also actively participates in interest classes during winter and summer vacations. From beginning to end, she has been exposed to everyone's attention. Don't say she doesn't have time for plastic surgery at all. Everyone is watching her change little by little, so only growing up can be justified. People who are good-looking and have good academic performance are very easy to attract attention on campus, not to mention Lin Siyun has such a special growth experience. Many people regard her as an inspirational goddess, looking forward to Lin Siyun's performance in the college entrance examination. In the end, no one expected that just half a month before the college entrance examination, Lin Siyun was on her way home from self-study at night one night, just walking out of the school gate, when she was approached by an out-of-control truck bump into. An ordinary car accident, no matter how it is, will at most be crushed to the point of serious injury to the joints. Lin Siyun was crushed by the waist, and her body was divided into two sections on the spot. It is said that after Lin Siyun's body fell, she crawled for a while, leaving broken internal organs all over the floor, as well as scarlet bloodstains, and finally died holding her school bag. The scene was tragic, and the students who witnessed the car accident were shocked and fainted a lot. There are no pictures at the scene of the car accident. Ji Mingxia just read the description and broke out in cold sweat. News of car accidents come in from time to time, but I have never heard anything so scary. It's either a story or a special reason. Considering that this is a world full of mysterious objects, Lin Siyun turned into a ghost after her death. Ji Mingxia is inclined to this as the real process. When I think about it carefully, when ghosts appear, they are either hanging, crawling, or lying on people's backs, which is quite in line with Lin Siyun's situation. Intuition told Ji Mingxia that whether it was Lin Siyun's sudden improvement in grades, her cosmetic-like appearance, or her terrifying death, there was probably something hidden in her, which was inseparable from the blood-red ring. A living person turned into a terrifying ghost. This shock is not even smaller than Ji Mingxia seeing the ghost directly. Ji Mingxia once again felt the danger and cruelty of this world. Fortunately, the ghost has disappeared now, and the ring has been removed. Although there are many doubts in this matter, it has already come to a conclusion. Affected by Lin Siyun's incident, Ji Mingxia returned to the classroom absent-mindedly after eating. As a result, just as he sat down, he saw a classmate walking in front of him. Ji Mingxia looked up at him. "Ju Ming, what's wrong?" Ju Ming's expression was a little awkward. He stood there and struggled for a long time. Finally, he sat next to Ji Mingxia and whispered, "Brother Mingxia, tell me the truth, yours is the improvement in academic performance really because you asked Yu Ning for advice?" "Huh?" Ji Mingxia was taken aback. Too many things happened today, and he was still thinking about Lin Siyun and the ring. When he heard Ju Ming say this, Ji Mingxia was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that what happened in his class this morning oolong. "Of course, you can see my grades. I haven't improved for so long, so I rushed up this time. I also got closer to Yu Ning in the past few days. He was bumped by you, and I was asking him a question that time, so it's all Yu Ning's credit," Ji Mingxia said. Anyway, the credit for improving his academic performance was attributed to Yu Ning and gave Yu Ning a halo. He told such a small lie without any psychological pressure. Ju Ming listened to Ji Mingxia's various sea blows. The more he listened, the brighter his eyes became. He finally held down Ji Mingxia's arm and said, "Brother Mingxia, take me, I also want to improve my grades." Okay, I'll take a look at any questions you don't know," Ji Mingxia said. Ju Ming waved his hand. "You don't need to teach me, you are still on the rise, take me to Yu Ning and let Yu Ning teach me." "Ah?" Ji Mingxia was really shocked this time. "Yu Ning Jiao, are you sure, he?" Ju Ming seemed to have not heard Ji Mingxia's rhetorical question. He glanced nervously behind him, and frantically poked Ji Mingxia with his finger. "Yu Ning is here, Yu Ning is here." Ji Mingxia looked back along Ju Ming's gaze, and sure enough, Yu Ning walked in from the back door of the classroom. After seeing Ji Mingxia and Ju Ming's gaze, Yu Ning raised her eyes and glanced in Ji Mingxia's direction. Ji Mingxia quickly turned his head, leaving only the back of his head for Yu Ning. "Brother Mingxia, let's go, hurry up," Ju Ming urged. Ji Mingxia was on the verge of tears. He hadn't explained Lin Siyun's matter clearly. He didn't want to face Yu Ning so early. Ji Mingxia couldn't help but persuade, "Don't you like Yu Ning very much? Why did you suddenly change your mind?" "No way, the college entrance examination will be taken in 2 days. You can ask Yu Ning for your academic performance. We can also." Ju Ming said, "My score is not good or bad, at that time it is purely a matter of luck. In just a few days, you were taken by Yu Ning and rushed to the second place in the class. I don't ask for your talent, even if you only give me 1 or 2 points, it can change my life." Ju Ming said, begging, "Please, Brother Mingxia, I dare not go to Yu Ning alone, he looks too scary." "But I don't want to find him," Ji Mingxia wailed in her heart. Not only because of what happened to Lin Siyun just now, but also because of the improvement of Ji Mingxia's grades, he is completely relying on himself. For so long, he has never asked Yu Ning for advice. But he had already said that in the morning, and at this moment it was not only Ju Ming, but Ji Mingxia noticed that most of the class was paying attention to the movement on his side. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. What is more exciting than the improvement of scores? Even if it was as terrifying as Yu Ning, everyone couldn't help but be moved. Under the repeated urging of Ji Mingxia led Yu Ning towards Yu Ning's seat while the whole class watched. Yu Ning, that Yu Ming has up. Oh, we have a question. I want to ask you, can you tell us your way of solving the problem? Ji Mingxia said halfway. Ji Mingxia had no choice but to change his mind after jabbing him crazily behind his back. While he was talking, he winked wildly at Yu Ning. Yu Ning looked at Ji Mingxia and Zhu Ming for a moment, and under Ji Mingxia's explicit and implied, he looked at Ji Mingxia and nodded slightly, yes. Ji Mingxia breathed a sigh of relief and sat beside Yu Ning. He and Yu Ning went through a dangerous situation together in the morning, and now they are just sitting next to Yu Ning. Their movements are very natural. But in the eyes of others, it is a very scary effect. Especially Ji Mingxia had already sat down, so of course Zhu Ming couldn't stand. Zhu Ming dawdled for a long time, and finally chose to sit next to Ji Mingxia, so that he was far away from Yu Ning, but he could still hear his voice. During the course of Yu Ning's lecture, Zhu Ming listened with his head down and his head upright, not daring to look at Yu Ning's appearance. Ji Mingxia listened very seriously, and unexpectedly found that Yu Ning's way of solving this problem was completely different from his. Ji Mingxia participated in the college entrance examination once. He has a certain advantage in predicting the test questions of this year's college entrance examination. His grades are also good, so he quickly discussed with Yu Ning. Zhu Ming listened nervously at first, but slowly discovered that Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia were discussing topics, not looking at Yu Ning, just listening to the voice. In fact, it had nothing to do with ordinary people difference. Gradually, Zhu Ming also became fascinated, and finally grasped both Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning's answering ideas, and even drew inferences from one case to clarify the idea of another question. Under fear, people can burst into unlimited potential. After listening to Zhu Ming for more than half an hour, he expressed his satisfaction and returned to his seat happily. It was Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning who were interested in the discussion, and continued to stay beside Yu Ning to do the questions. During the period, other classmates saw Ji Mingxia sitting beside Yu Ning, calm and unscrupulous, and seeing Zhu Ming's fruitful appearance, they couldn't help being moved. Although Yu Ning looks scary, when he talks about the topic, it's quite normal. As for those terrifying rumors about Yu Ning, isn't Ji Mingxia okay? Yu Ning, Ji Mingxia said you helped him improve his grades and got second in the class, is that true? You have been the first in the school since elementary school, is there any secret? The college entrance examination is coming soon. Ji Mingxia said that you are accurate in your questions. What do you think about the college entrance examination? Yu Ning heard the words and turned to look at Ji Mingxia. Ji Mingxia laughed dryly, and quickly said to everyone, Yu Ning gave me a question, I made a table, and I will send it to the group to share in a while. But after all, it's just a personal bet, I'm not sure. Everyone, don't hold out too much hope, relax, and you will definitely pass the test. Under Ji Mingxia's negotiation, he finally persuaded everyone to return to their original positions. The remaining one or two still wanted to listen to the question and sat nearby. This incident started with Ji Mingxia. During the whole process, Ji Mingxia could not leave. Everyone still had a gap with Yu Ning, and they were not familiar with each other. Sometimes to help communicate, sometimes to liven up the scene. The college entrance examination is coming, the 3 years of high school are coming to an end, and they will soon part ways. No one thought that in the last 2 days, they would not be able to help seek Yu Ning's help. But no matter whether this cramming is useful or not, Yu Ning did not hesitate to give her advice in the end, and shared a lot of experience throughout the day. Seeing everyone pack up their textbooks and leave, Ji Mingxia whispered to Yu Ning, "Thank you." Yu Ning turned to look at him. Ji Mingxia folded her hands together, looked at Yu Ning flatly and said, "I didn't expose my lies, and I spent so much time lecturing on them." Ji Mingxia knows very well that with Yu Ning's character, he must be too lazy to talk to these people, so he has been sitting next to Yu Ning to warm up the field, but without Yu Ning's cooperation, he will end up embarrassed or Ji Mingxia. Yu Ning looked at the exercise book and said nothing, but Ji Mingxia could still feel that Yu Ning was in a good mood. Thinking of the scene just now, Ji Mingxia couldn't help but sigh. Everyone is affected by the rumors, afraid of Yu Ning, and refuses to contact him. But in fact, as long as one thing triggers, and there is a person who actively guides, maybe the result will be completely different. Under the super pressure of the college entrance examination, and Ji Mingxia's intermediary dealings, in the end, many people overcome their fears and find that Yu Ning is just an ordinary person. An ordinary person who has been continuously hurt since childhood. If only he could wear it earlier. This opportunity appeared earlier, maybe Yu Ning's childhood will be much happier. Ji Mingxia, who was immersed in his thoughts, didn't notice Yu Ning's gaze at all. He didn't stop at the exercise book at all, but at the hands they touched. Yu Ning grew up so big, no one wanted to be friends with him, let alone have the same table. He always sat at a table by himself. Today, in order to give a lecture, Ji Mingxia sat next to Yu Ning, and never moved again, not even in class. There are only 2 days before the college entrance examination, and the teacher does not want to put too much pressure on everyone, so everyone is free to study in class. So unknowingly, Ji Mingxia has been sitting next to Yu Ning since noon and has been sitting until now. The two boys were at the same table, and they both had long hands and feet, so it was inevitable that they would touch each other. Ji Mingxia was carefree, his mind was full of topics, only Yu Ning was diligent in lecturing on topics. Ji Mingxia touched his elbow, Ji Mingxia's hair brushed his shoulder, Ji Mingxia's knee touched his leg. On the way back from school, Ji Mingxia saw that Yu Ning was in a good mood, and asked cautiously, "Yu Ning, do you really like it? Is everyone coming to you?" Yu Ning glanced at Ji Mingxia and lowered her eyes. Seeing this, Ji Mingxia felt stuffy and sour. Sure enough, even if everyone treats him coldly and violently, in Yu Ning's heart, he still yearns for classmate friendship. Ji Mingxia immediately said, "Then if there are still people asking questions tomorrow, let's go together." Yu Ning hooked the corner of his lips and said, "Okay." Chapter 15. Ji Mingxia sat next to Yu Ning for 2 days, until the day before the college entrance examination. The school specially gave everyone a holiday to make time to confirm their examination room. Yu Ning was lucky enough to be drawn to take the exam in this school, and the exam room of Ji Mingxia, Zhao Shuiyue and others was in the exam room of another middle school in Funan County. In the early morning, Ji Mingxia was pulled out of the school by Zhao Shuiyue and the others. Originally, boarding students spend a long time in the school on weekdays, and only have the opportunity to go out to the school on weekends. After the 3rd year of high school, there are even fewer opportunities to leave the school. The last time Zhao Shuiyue and others left the school was 2 months ago, so as soon as they left the school gate, they were like a wild horse with prolapsed anus, pulling Ji Mingxia around anxiously. After confirming the examination room in the morning, the group went to the shopping mall for a walk in the afternoon, and had dinner directly in the snack street, and went back to school until dark. I have to say that although the food in the cafeteria is good, the taste is still far from the food in the snack street. Ji Mingxia went to college in her last life, and since she came here this time, she has been staying at the school, and has not eaten hometown-style food for a long time. He and his roommates ate to the fullest. Before leaving, Ji Mingxia did not forget to pack a few snacks for Yu Ning to take home. Although the county town is not big, and the speed of the bus is slow, but fortunately there is a stop at the gate of the school, and it is very convenient to return to the school. Seeing that the school was near, Ji Mingxia and others got off the bus one after another. Among the snacks that Ji Mingxia bought for Yu Ning, there are spicy small skewers and full-bodied shrimp dumplings. I have some of each kind. Although they can be eaten when they are cold, they can be kept warm. Flavor. A cool breeze blew. Ji Mingxia hurriedly took the bag, but unexpectedly, the further he walked, the cooler the surrounding area became. In the scorching summer, I was still sweaty near the snack street, but when I came to the school gate, there was a cool breeze. Ji Mingxia was already very sensitive to this coldness that penetrated into his bones, and he glanced around at the first time. The next moment, he saw the faint shaking of candlelight not far away. Because of the upcoming college entrance examination, students of other grades are already on vacation, and only Senior 3 resident students will come and go near the school. The school entrance is very quiet at night. Although the lights are bright, there are always dark places that cannot be illuminated. The candle was burning faintly in the dark night, and with the coolness, Ji Mingxia's expression changed immediately. The first reaction in my heart, come on, Yu Ning is not here. The next moment, Ji Mingxia heard Zhao Zhuoyue whisper, is there someone? It's fine that he didn't speak, but when he said this, everyone's face changed. In the end, Xinjin was the first to react, oh, I'm going, don't scare yourselves, I remember it, I just saw it said in the class group, Lin Siyun's parents are today come to the school gate late at night. Lin Siyun's parents? This atmosphere, why does it feel a bit? Chen Jindao, help Lin Siyun light up. Confirm that the corner is operated by a living person, and everyone's faces look a little better. However, the coolness is still a little scary, even if there are boys present, they all feel uncomfortable. Out of politeness, everyone deliberately looked away and stopped staring in the direction of the candle. In this atmosphere, it is not suitable for chatting. Everyone took out their mobile phones to read news while walking towards the school gate. Ji Mingxia also hurriedly clicked to check, only then did she learn that Lin Siyun had excellent grades and had already discussed with her parents about the university she wanted, and even made plans for the summer vacation of her senior year. No one thought that she would die at the school gate on the eve of the college entrance examination. After Lin Siyun was in a car accident, even if she was crushed by the waist, she had to die with a book in her arms, which shocked many people, and also made Lin Siyun's parents heartache. In her opinion, her daughter must have been full of regrets about the college entrance examination before she left, so she reluctantly crawled so far and died with her school bag. Therefore, Lin Siyun's parents specially applied to the school, hoping that they would be allowed to offer incense in front of the school gate on the eve of the college entrance examination to calm her daughter's regret. Lin Siyun had a car accident at the school gate. Although her parents were sad, they did not make a fuss to hold the school responsible. The school couldn't bear to see Lin Siyun's parents like this, and finally agreed to the request of Lin Siyun's parents. This matter is being discussed in the class group at the moment, and the news is flying fast. Lin Siyun's parents are too difficult. Who would have thought of such an accident? When my parents came to collect the corpse, everyone couldn't bear to watch. Alas! If it really starts, how many people will be affected? It is said that after Lin Siyun left, her parents couldn't sleep all day and all night, so they invited someone to see and said that Lin Siyun's wish was unfulfilled, and she stayed in this world and refused to leave. Her parents estimated that I think she still wants to go to college. She and Li Yuzi made an appointment to go to the same university together. Li Yuzi is 1 year higher than her. She just went to school last year. Now there are no people, and Li Yuzi has not been doing live broadcasts recently. Going away with the school bag. Indeed, alas. After reading the news, several roommates couldn't help being silent. Especially after a while, there was a faint voice of someone crying in the dark corner. When they thought of the cry of their elderly parents, everyone was in a panic. They walked quickly into the school so as not to disturb them. Ji Mingxia's heart is even more heavy. From a certain point of view, Lin Siyun's parents' hunch was right. After Lin Siyun had a car accident, she did not disappear immediately, but changed into another form to exist in this world. Now that I think about it, the ghost wants to get into a person's body and possess it, and the person it chooses happens to be Yu Ning and Ji Mingxia, 2 high school seniors. Maybe it's really an unresolved obsession, and I want to come back to fulfill my unfulfilled wish. However, the ghost figure was formed by relying on the mysterious item, and it had already been distorted. Except for the same gender female, Ji Mingxia did not see that the ghost figure had anything to do with Lin Siyun at all. With the disappearance of the ghost, the last trace of Lin Siyun also completely dissipated in this world. It's a pity for a young girl in bloom, and it's a pity for 2 elderly parents. The white-haired person sends the black-haired person. Because of the accidental encounter with Lin Siyun, everyone was inevitably silent all the way. The housekeeper and his wife were sitting by the window watching TV. When they saw Ji Mingxia and others coming in, they specially greeted everyone and gave each of them an apple they bought today. "Thank you, Auntie. Bye, Aunt Jian, I will definitely pass the test tomorrow. It won't be stressful, it's a big deal if you don't do well in the exam and come back for another year." "Bah, Zhao Shuoyo, get out of the way, Tong Yan Wuji Tong Yan Wuji. One reading in the third year of high school is enough, who wants to be tortured again?" Ji Mingxia was thinking about how to ask her aunt for another apple and bring another for Yu Ning. After hearing this, he was stunned for a moment, and Ji Mingxia couldn't help but ask, "Have you booked a hotel?" "Yes." Chen Jin looked at Ji Mingxia for granted and said, "What's wrong?" Ji Mingxia almost blurted out and asked what to book a hotel. However, he was almost exposed at Yu Ning's place last time, and this time he quickly learned a lesson. Ji Mingxia stabilized the expression on his face and pretended to be casual. "If you finish the college entrance examination, you will have to move ahead. Get ready. I don't have much to prepare." Zhao Shuizhuo said, "Just the few of us, we signed up for the tour group, booked the hotel, bought the tickets and everything. I guess I have to do it." Psychological construction, sharing a room with Chen Jin, is really hard. Alas, no one wants to sleep with him, only I bear this grievance. "Come on, we're sleeping in a double room, don't make it sound like we're sharing the same bed. Sleeping in a double room with you is also a challenge. If I hadn't pitted you, I would have ordered a room with Mingxia." Zhao Shuizhuo said, and gestured to Ji Mingxia, "Yes, well, Mingxia, it's so cool to be alone." Ji Mingxia nodded, trying to guide everyone to talk more about this topic, so that he could extract some useful information. Fortunately, Zhao Shuoyue is also a talker. After the topic of the hotel opened, he talked endlessly. It was hard to get out of the heavy atmosphere, and everyone also wanted to relax, so they simply participated in the discussion and talked about some happy things to adjust their mentality. Ji Mingxia sat and listened quietly. After a while, she finally understood what was going on. It turned out to be Ji Mingxia from this world. Before the college entrance examination, he made an appointment with his roommates. After the college entrance examination, he went to a nearby scenic hotel for a holiday. They had signed up for a reservation a month ago. There were 6 people in the dormitory. Except for Yu Ning, the remaining 5 people went. Zhao Shuoyue and other 4 people booked 2 double rooms. Originally everyone meant that Ji Mingxia chose a double room and added a bed, so he could sleep with everyone and save money. But who is Ji Mingxia, the richest cub in the dormitory? After finally taking a vacation after the college entrance examination, he naturally refused to feel wronged, so he settled for an independent single room. Not only that, Ji Mingxia also helped you book tickets for attractions and other items in advance. Now all the money has been paid, just waiting for the college entrance examination to end. Ji Mingxia had finished the college entrance examination and was ready to go home to face his relatives, but he did not expect to take a vacation after the examination. Ji Mingxia in this world is much more lively than him. He passed the college entrance examination last year, but immediately went home and stayed home for 2 months. Suddenly something unexpected happened. Although Ji Mingxia was a little surprised, he quickly calmed down. It wasn't the first day he wore it. Going out to play with his roommates was actually no different from being in the dormitory. The only thing that needs to be considered is that he has already brought 5 people to go, so do you want to invite Yu Ning and simply go with the whole dormitory? If Yu Ning didn't go before, Ji Mingxia would be relieved. The protagonist was not there, he could still let himself go and happily spend vacation with his classmates. But after getting along for this period of time, Yu Ning is no longer just a piece of paper for Ji Mingxia. He is a 3-dimensional, living person. But if you pull Yu Ning, what if Yu Ning changed because of his actions? Before the ghost appeared, Ji Mingxia was a last resort. Now that the ghost has disappeared, everything has returned to calm, and the time for Yu Ning to go to university is getting closer and closer. Any accident at this time may interfere with Yu Ning's future. Ji Mingxia doesn't worry about him changing his destiny anymore. Anyway, his personality has long since collapsed. But I still don't want Yu Ning to be influenced by him. After all, he is the protagonist in the novel. Although his life is miserable now, there will be infinite possibilities in the future, and there are many, many people who like him and admire him. Ji Mingxia was troubled by this problem. Next, when everyone discussed the details of the hotel vacation, he was a little absent-minded and never participated. Of course, before going upstairs, Ji Mingxia still went to the dormitory ant and asked for an apple before returning to the dormitory with the army. Yu Ning's exam room is in this school, and you don't even have to look to know where it is, so I spent a day in the dormitory today. When Ji Mingxia came back, Yu Ning was sitting at the desk writing something. Ji Mingxia thought that he was in the middle of the night and was still reviewing the questions. He just wanted to persuade him to relax a little bit. With Yu Ning's grades, he could go to the top school. In the end, Yu Ning put away the homework paper and put it in the drawer. When he saw Ji Mingxia coming, Yu Ning raised his head slightly and looked at Ji Mingxia. The light reflected on his face, the contours of his nose bone and jaw were particularly deep, and the pale skin reflected the pupils that were a bit clearer than usual. I don't know if it's Ji Mingxia's illusion, Yu Ning's expression seems to be waiting for him to say something. Ji Mingxia really has a lot to say. Whether it's the exam room for the college entrance examination tomorrow, Lin Siyun's parents he met when he came back tonight, or the arrangements after the college entrance examination. He all wanted to discuss it with Yu Ning. But because there were too many topics, Ji Mingxia didn't know what to say for a while. Fortunately, he was still carrying the snacks that he had just packed, and handed it to Yu Ning along with the apples. I went to the snack street in the afternoon and came back after packing some food. Try. Yu Ning was stunned for a moment. For me? Well. Ji Mingxia said, adding, it's all my favorites, and there are apples, which were given by my auntie. I wish us peace and prosperity. Yu Ning's eyes lit up when he heard the words. Although he restrained his emotions, he couldn't hide the good mood at that moment. He immediately stretched out his hand, took it one by one, and whispered to Ji Mingxia, thank you. When Ji Mingxia saw his expression, the words he wanted to say came to his lips, and finally he swallowed them all. Forget it, the college entrance examination is going to take place tomorrow. If there is anything, I will find a chance to talk about it another day. Chapter 16. To invite Yu Ning, Ji Mingxia must find a valid reason. After all, the plan made more than a month ago, suddenly joining a person, not only to convince the roommates, but also to consider Yu Ning's situation. Does Yu Ning have time, does he want to go, and even how to deal with his expenses? Ji Mingxia wanted to pay for Yu Ning, but he always felt that Yu Ning would not agree. For this reason, Ji Mingxia went bald for 2 days and never found a chance to speak to Yu Ning. The college entrance examination also ended in a hurry. Ji Mingxia took the national exam in this area, and the college entrance examination lasted for 2 days. In just 2 days, the fate of the candidates in the next few years is basically determined. What surprises Ji Mingxia is that this year's exam questions are very similar to the exam questions in his previous life. In this way, there is a certain probability that the lucky students will improve their grades. According to Ji Mingxia's estimate for himself, the school he is going to apply for should be stable. If Yu Ning played normally, he should follow the trend of the original book and be admitted to the top universities in his country. Although everyone is a student in the same class, in the recent quiz, Yu Ning was the first and Ji Mingxia was the second. At first glance, the difference is not big. But when the scores of the two are put into PK in the whole province, Yu Ning's score can be disdainful of the whole province, and Ji Mingxia can only linger in the middle. Ji Mingxia has seen this for a long time. He has never been very demanding of himself, as long as he is steady and steady. 2 days passed quickly. After the college entrance examination, both the students and the school were all relieved. The graduation ceremony of the senior year will be held in half a month. During this period, most senior students will go home and wait for their scores. The school is more deserted than before. Even in the male dormitory building, only Ji Mingxia is the only dormitory, and all the people in the dormitory are still in the school. The hotel booked by Ji Mingxia and others is located next to the scenic spot in Nanzhou City next door, backed by a mountain range. The hotel has hot springs, golf courses, etc. It is a well-known holiday destination in the past 2 years. The online reputation is also very good. Although the high-speed rail can be reached in 2 hours, it is estimated that it will take 5 or 6 hours to calculate the time from the school to the high-speed rail station, and then from the high-speed rail station to the scenic spot. If you are traveling by car, it is much simpler, and you can go directly to the hotel in less than 3 hours. Although everyone is an adult, but just finished the college entrance examination, there is no time to get a driver's license. Considering the total of 5 people, we finally booked a commercial car directly. On the day she was about to leave, Yu Ning was called by the teacher to the office early in the morning. When Ji Mingxia woke up, there were only 5 of them in the dormitory. The driver had already booked and arrived in half an hour, and everyone hurriedly got up and packed their luggage. They are all students, and they are men. They just went on vacation for a few days. Mingxia. Ji Mingxia just picked up his backpack when he heard Qianjin's voice ringing in his ears. What's wrong? Ji Mingxia asked. Qianjin is the person in charge of contacting the driver. Seeing Ji Mingxia coming over, he shook the phone to Ji Mingxia. I just asked the driver, this car has 7 seats, as long as the number of people is within 7, the price is the same, we have 6 people in the dormitory, which is more than enough. Oh, okay. Ji Mingxia nodded. The driver will arrive at the school gate in 20 minutes. Would you like to ask Yu Ning to go with you? Qianjin asked. Ji Mingxia was listening absent-mindedly, but when she heard Yu Ning's name, she suddenly woke up. What? Have you had a good relationship with Yu Ning recently? Do you want to call him? Qianjin said. Zhao Shuayue tucked his socks into his backpack, and when he heard the conversation between the two, he turned his head and said, Is Yu Ning going? I thought he wasn't interested in this. We discussed before. He doesn't speak. Nonsense, did Yu Ning usually speak in the dormitory? Another roommate said, but if it was before, I didn't want to be with him, but recently. I have a formula for the college entrance examination this time, which I learned from Yu Ning, at least 2 points for me. But what about Yu Ningren? Is there something wrong with the teacher calling him? I don't know, I didn't see him when I woke up. Qianjin said, seeing a new message on his phone, he hurriedly said, Everyone, hurry up, master immediately it's coming. The driver of the commercial car arrived at the school gate 10 minutes earlier than expected. In order to avoid making him wait for a long time, Ji Mingxia and others had to hurriedly go downstairs and head towards the school gate. While walking, Ji Mingxia sent a message to Yu Ning, asking if Yu Ning wanted to go with them. Unfortunately, until they got into the car, Yu Ning did not reply to Ji Mingxia. Since last week's heavy rain, the whole south has recovered to be sunny. Early in the morning, blue sky and white clouds, everyone in the car is in high spirits, and everyone is chatting along the way, all in excitement. The driver drove quietly at first, but he couldn't help but join the conversation. It turns out that you are all students who just took the college entrance examination. There are many interesting places in Nanzhou, how did you think of going here? The driver couldn't help but wonder. Zhao Shuayue was still holding a photo to discuss with everyone. At this moment, when he heard the driver's words, he immediately laughed. We are looking at the recommendation on the internet. The newly developed place has a good view and the hotel equipment is new, although the location is a bit off, but it's just the right place to relax. We are at school every day, and we see people, so we just want to change places to see the scenery. It turns out that the new hotel is really good. The driver nodded clearly, but after a while, he couldn't help reminding, but after you go there, pay attention to safety, don't walk around. Well, we know that the scenic spot behind the hotel is a pristine mountain range. Although it looks good, we will definitely not go in. Zhao Shuayue said. The driver hesitated when he heard the words, but in the end he didn't say anything. Chenjin is more attentive. He sat in the co-pilot's seat. Seeing the driver's expression, he couldn't help asking, "Brother, what's the matter? Isn't the hotel safe?" "It's not the hotel's problem." The driver glanced at the young man in the car and thought about his tone. "It's that place, it's rather strange." "It's weird?" Chenjin was stunned for a moment, not understanding what it meant. The driver said, "That piece, originally the suburb of Nanzhou City, I used to drive a truck, and you all know that large trucks are not allowed to take the road in the city, they can only go to the suburbs, so we used to drive through that area a lot." Everyone was silent for a moment. Ordinary students would not pay attention to such details. But a while ago, Lin Siyun had a car accident for a similar reason. Even if an ordinary truck hits a person, it will not crush the human body to shreds. Lin Siyun was at the school gate that day, and it was a truck carrying a large amount of goods that hit. The reason why the trucks pass by the school is also because of problems in the suburban road section, and the road is temporarily diverted. Who would have thought that such a tragedy happened? The driver didn't know about Lin Siyun. He was immersed in his memories while driving. In that area, under normal circumstances, you can go out for half an hour during the day, but if it's at night, it won't be possible to get around for more than an hour. We all call that area Ghost Road, which means ghost hitting the wall. Ghost Road? Everyone could have listened to it, but when they heard the word Ghost Road, they suddenly lost their calm. This place has something to do with ghosts, which is especially scary, not to mention the destination of their trip. Is it possible that the light is dim at night, and the road cannot be seen clearly, caused by various light sources? Chenjin tried to explain in a more scientific way. Impossible. When the driver heard this, he immediately shook his head. "If this happens to me alone, I have nothing to say." But the problem is, not just me, all the drivers, it's all the same. Whether it's sunny or rainy, it doesn't matter if it rains or not. The same road has no forks, and even in those days there were very few traffic lights due to the small number of people in the place, so I went through this road to the end. Half an hour during the day and more than an hour at night, the thunder can't move. After the driver finished speaking, seeing that everyone still didn't quite believe it, he said, "If you don't believe me, do a search on the internet, there must be news on the internet." There were reporters who came to interview in those days, but even if the reporter took the camera to shoot, it didn't work, the result was still the same. Zhao Shuozhua immediately took out his mobile phone and searched for it without hesitation. At this moment, I searched for the name of the hotel and the name of the scenic spot. It was the same as before, there was no ghost legend at all. Suddenly, Zhao Shuozhua flashed and changed the content in the search bar to Nanzhou City, Ghost Road. In the next moment, all kinds of news are listed, many of which are explored and reported by some reporters. Sure enough, as the driver said, that area is very evil. Many people bumped into unclean things there, not only the driver ghost hitting the wall, but also all kinds of ghost passers-by, ghost fire, etc. Rumors, written with nose and eyes, scare passers-by, not light. Until the scenic spot is developed and hotels and various leisure playgrounds are established, these rumors gradually fade away. News. I prepared the planned destination a month in advance, and when I was about to arrive, I was suddenly told that there had been various urban rumors in it. When everyone watched the news, the expressions on their faces were not calm. In the end, the driver saw that the atmosphere in the car was too bleak, and hurriedly said, "I'm talking about the old yellow calendar more than 10 years ago." "Well, have you seen a ghost when you lived on campus?" As expected of an old driver, almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief when this sentence came out. Let's not say anything else, there was an accident at the school gate a while ago, and the grievances are so heavy. We go in and out every day, who has seen ghosts? Don't think about it, 5 big men, Yang Qi is important. Zhao Shuoyue also immediately said. Several roommates thought about it, but that's not the case, and soon recovered their calm. Only Ji Mingxia sat in the same position without making a sound. He is one of the few who can see a ghost, and the first time he saw him was in the boys' dormitory. It can be seen that this year's A Piao is very politically correct. It doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman, only if he wants to go or not, and he does not engage in sexism at all. But at this time, Ji Mingxia naturally wouldn't pour cold water. He listened to everyone talking and took out his mobile phone to take a look from time to time. Yu Ning still didn't reply to his message, but in the WeChat group, everyone sent pictures of various scenic spots in order to liven up the atmosphere and increase travel expectations. Xinjian, who was sitting in the front row, also shared photos with the driver from time to time, but instead sold Amway to the driver. Since the hotel was built, no strange things have happened. It has received rave reviews on the internet and is very popular with young people. The most popular ones are hotel buildings, hot springs, and the forest view from the windows. This blogger Li Yuzi is also an alumnus of our same school. She has been in an unstable mood recently, and she is currently on vacation at that hotel. The driver responded with an ah. He was waiting for the traffic lights from time to time to look at Xinjian's phone. He was obviously not interested in Amway in the hotel. After seeing the picture, he only said, "This is your alumni? It looks like a star, and it's pretty good. The red ring on his hand looks like it's expensive." Xinjiandao, yes, she looks good. Her best friend is also good looking. She is the school flower of our school, and her grades are very good. It's a pity. When it comes to Lin Siyun, everyone will inevitably sigh again. However, Li Yuzi has been in a bad mood recently. She came to the hotel for vacation with her friends, and she has been safe and sound until now. When I thought that someone I knew was also in the hotel, everyone's last worry about that area disappeared. Ji Mingxia didn't wait for Yu Ning's reply. Seeing that the news in the WeChat group had been refreshing, he clicked it. A bunch of pictures of the scenic spot immediately jumped out, and the last one was a selfie of a certain internet celebrity blogger. Ji Mingxia looked at the watermark and realized that this was Lin Siyun's best friend Li Yuzi. Li Yuzi is 1 year higher than them. She was admitted to university last year and is a freshman this year. She likes to take pictures and share selfies every day. Because of her good looks, she has hundreds of thousands of fans online. Although it is not comparable to those big internet celebrities, for ordinary people, it is also a celebrity. Li Yuzi was in grief because of Lin Siyun's sudden death. Her friends were very worried about her mental health, so after Lin Siyun's funeral was over, she took Li Yuzi to the scenic spot to relax. This photo was posted by Li Yuzi 2 days ago. The little girl stood by the window and smiled slightly at the camera. Although the scenery was good, the people were a little haggard. It was very distressing to see. Whether it's Lin Siyun or Li Yuzi, they're all characters in this world, and Ji Mingxia doesn't know them at all. So after he glanced at it, he quickly clicked the picture, ready to exit. But the next second, Ji Mingxia suddenly reacted again. He sat up straight, opened the WeChat group again, and clicked on the photo of Li Yuzi. Li Yuzi is standing by the window, her right hand hangs naturally, and her left hand supports her chin. Because of her posture, the hand is very close to the camera, and every detail can be seen clearly. Ji Mingxia immediately zoomed in and focused on the photo and checked it carefully. "Yo, what are you doing, Mingxia?" Li Yuzi is very pretty, but as for enlarge her photo. Ji Mingxia's sudden action attracted Zhao Shuochua's attention. Turn around to see Ji Mingxia zooming in on Li Yuzi's photo. Zhao Shuochua couldn't help laughing immediately. "Don't look at it, go to the hotel in a while, maybe you will meet the real person." Zhao Shuochua tsk teased, "I didn't expect you to like this type of girl." After Ji Mingxia saw the ring on Li Yuzi's hand clearly, she looked at Zhao Shuochua and said, "She is in the hotel, are you sure?" Zhao Shuochua did not expect Ji Mingxia's expression to be so serious, and was stunned. "Yes, she has posted her position on Weibo." Ji Mingxia couldn't sit still. "I have to go back to school." "What are you doing back to school?" Another roommate said strangely. "Look for Yu Ning. you all go first, I'll catch up later. Ji Mingxia said, and immediately stood up from his seat. Master, please pull over and park. Ji Mingxia's sudden action made everyone stunned. What, why are you going back? Don't go back if you have nothing important to do, just call Yu Ning. However, no matter how the roommates persuade, Ji Mingxia must rush back. Let's not talk about whether Yu Ning can get through the phone, this involves mysterious items, and it is not clear on the phone. I'm sorry, we'll meet at the hotel in an hour. I'll pay for the fare this time. I'll invite you to dinner tonight. Ji Mingxia quickly apologized. He insisted on going back, but no one could stop him. Anyway, it was an hour late, so it wasn't a big deal, so Ji Mingxia finally got off the bus. Seeing Ji Mingxia leave, the roommate in the car gradually calmed down after being surprised. Shenjin said helplessly, Mingxia actually wants Yu Ning to go with him, but considering Yu Ning's situation, he has never been embarrassed to speak. I think he has been struggling for 2 days. I guess something made him decide. If I had known this, he would have just invited Yu Ning directly a month ago. Who could accept traveling with Yu Ning a month ago? Another roommate said. Everyone thought about it and nodded in agreement. Only Zhao Zhuoyue is still struggling, looking at the photo of Li Yuzi and saying that he is looking for Yu Ning. Is there any necessary connection between the two? Ji Mingxia stopped a taxi and drove back to school. Along the way, he was still worried about whether Yu Ning would be busy and how to convince him later. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Ji Mingxia saw Yu Ning sitting at the desk, putting away the books and homework papers on the desk one by one. Ji Mingxia didn't even think about it, so he rushed up. Yu Ning, I have a major discovery. He said, walked quickly to Yu Ning, cut to the chase, and directly handed the photo on the phone to Yu Ning. This person is Lin Siyun's best friend Li Yuzi. She took this photo 2 days ago. Do you look familiar with the ring in her hand? Ji Mingxia said. Yu Ning glanced down and nodded slowly. Ji Mingxia said, this ring is exactly the same as the one in Lin Siyun's hand. 2 days ago, the ghost had disappeared, and the ring was already in your hand, but Li Yuzi still had one in his hand. So I boldly guess that this ring may be more than one. It is a pair of rings, Lin Siyun and Li Yuzi, one for each. More than a month ago, Chen Jin and I booked a resort hotel, and now, Li Yuzi happens to be in that hotel. Although there is no bad news, it is mysterious. Items are very dangerous for ordinary people. If the ring in Li Yuzi's hand and the ring we have collected are really matching rings, there will be a subtle connection between the two mysterious objects, which will eventually lead to what kind of change, no one can say. After Ji Mingxia finished speaking, she looked at Yu Ning and said, would you like to go to the hotel with me? Chapter 17. Ji Mingxia said, waiting for Yu Ning's reply. He is solidly adding drama to himself, although it is before the beginning of the story, but it is also adding drama. Supporting roles are disqualified. If Yu Ning refuses. Ji Mingxia thought to herself that if Yu Ning rejected him, he would pretend that nothing happened, quickly find an excuse to leave, and never stay where he was, otherwise everyone would be embarrassed. Okay. Yu Ning whispered. Ji Mingxia heard Yu Ning's voice, nodded, and nervously waited for Yu Ning's answer. It wasn't until 2 seconds later that he reacted, and Yu Ning said okay. Ji Mingxia raised her head suddenly. Yu Ning was taller than Ji Mingxia, looked down at him. Are you going now? Ji Mingxia looked at Yu Ning blankly. Yes. Unexpectedly, Yu Ning did not even ask, so she simply agreed. Ji Mingxia was very happy, and he was about to walk out with Yu Ning. Zhao Zhuoyue and the others have already set off, and they will arrive at the hotel in more than an hour. I'm calling a car now. The two of us arrived in about 3 hours, just in time for lunch. Mingxia. Yu Ning was pulled by Ji Mingxia and said helplessly, I haven't sorted it out yet. Organize? Ji Mingxia looked back and remembered that they all brought backpacks, and Yu Ning didn't prepare anything at all. Ji Mingxia hurriedly said, then I'll clean up with you. He said, walked to Yu Ning's desk and put the pen and paper in the drawer. As soon as I opened it, I saw a stack of homework paper in the drawer, full of words, all of Yu Ning's notes. Ji Mingxia saw the words hotel and Lin Siyun at a glance. But in the next moment, Ji Mingxia's eyes were attracted by something else. Beside the worksheet, there is a stack of cash. Electronic payment is so developed these days. Ji Mingxia has not seen cash for a long time, and said in surprise, "Hey, Yu Ning, you have so many banknotes in your drawer." Yu Ning was surprised, stepped forward, took out the cash, and quickly closed the drawer. "It's my scholarship for this semester. The teacher gave it to me this morning," Yu Ning said, planning to put the cash in his backpack. When Ji Mingxia saw this, the words on the homework paper were quickly forgotten by him, and he immediately stopped Yu Ning's movements. "You don't need to bring money. I ask you to go. You are in doing me a favor. I can't let you spend money." Yu Ning was an orphan since he was a child, and he has been relying on state funding to go to school. After the completion of the 9-year compulsory education, he only lived on scholarships. Although this money is enough for Yu Ning to live, it is absolutely impossible to spend like an ordinary high school student. The money in Ji Mingxia's account is too much to be used up. He has long wanted to lend money to Yu Ning to improve his life. But considering Yu Ning's self-esteem, he didn't dare to speak. "Now I finally have a perfect excuse," Ji Mingxia persuaded very actively. "If you are worried about spending money, just stay with me in the hotel, and if you eat, come with me. We just go there for a few days, find out about the ring, and come back." Ji Mingxia is usually soft-hearted, and everything is negotiable, but this time it is rare to be tough and Yu Ning can't beat him. With Ji Mingxia's insistence, Yu Ning had to take out the cash and put it back in the drawer. Opening the drawer again, Yu Ning's eyes fell on the homework paper in the drawer. Here are the notes he made these days. No one would have thought that he and Ji Mingxia would develop their relationship by leaps and bounds in the last few days of their senior year of high school, and eventually even became the same table. However, they only worked together for 2 days. Even Zhao Zhuoyue and the others have been with Ji Mingxia longer than him. They agreed on a vacation a month ago, booked a hotel, and went on a vacation together. When Yu Ning listened to her, she only felt that it had nothing to do with her. But now, he regrets it. So he listed what happened recently, looking for breakthrough points. At this time, on the homework paper, Ji Mingxia's vacation plan, the Lin Siyun incident a few days ago, and the final destination of everything. The ring in Li Yuzi's hand. Li Yuzi is an internet celebrity who frequently updates her photos on Weibo. She has been wearing that ring for many years, and it has become Li Yuzi's iconic object. Easily lock Li Yuzi. The scenic hotel where Li Yuzi was preparing to relax is the same hotel as Ji Mingxia. Everything forms a perfect closed loop. At this point, Yu Ning only needs to wait patiently for Ji Mingxia to discover the clues, and he will definitely invite him. The only thing he needs to arrange is his own money. That hotel is not cheap. The scholarship for the 3rd year of high school should have been given to him at the graduation meeting. Yu Ning specially asked the teacher to get it ahead of time. For this reason, he even promised that after the results of the college entrance examination, if he is the champion, he will personally provide it for him. Alma mater for publicity. Yu Ning has been busy for 2 days for this matter, during which he also made various worst plans. Fortunately, I got the money this morning, and Ji Mingxia finally invited him. "Yu Ning, are you alright? I've contacted the driver, he's ready to come," Ji Mingxia said to Yu Ning. "Okay," Yu Ning said, although he promised Ji Mingxia not to bring money, but in the end he took the cash when Ji Mingxia was not paying attention. The 3-hour journey is neither long nor short. Ji Mingxia thought that Yu Ning, like him, didn't pay attention to Li Yuzi at all, so he hurriedly made up Li Yuzi's personal information with Yu Ning in the car. As Zhao Zhuoyue said before, Li Yuzi, whose real name is Li Yu, and Lin Siyun are best friends who grew up together. Unlike Lin Siyun, who has undergone earth-shaking changes in 3 years, Li Yu has been a very good person since childhood. Since kindergarten, Li Yu has often represented the school on stage and even participated in some TV dramas in elementary school. In junior high school, Li Yu became the school flower of their school. Not only is she good-looking, Li Yu's academic performance is also very good, and high school is already a man of the county. Accompanied by Lin Siyun's changes, the two school beauties are walking on the road together. Li Yu is 1 year higher than Lin Siyun, and was the first to be admitted to the university. Lin Siyun also set a goal early. She wants to be admitted to Li Yu's university. Although the majors are different, the two can complement each other. These two people were about to become a good story in this school, but everything came to an abrupt end not long ago. Lin Siyun died tragically, Li Yu was hit hard, and even had problems with her mental state. Her friend was very worried about her mental health and worried that Li Yu would do something stupid. Taking advantage of the university holiday, she hurriedly took Li Yu out for a trip. Ji Mingxia opened Li Yu's Weibo and showed Yu Ning the latest news of Li Yu. The scenery here is beautiful, I am fine, the phone is temporarily turned off, see you in a few days, photo.jpg. Location, Nanzhou, Forest Hot Spring Valley, Spring Village Resort. Ji Mingxia said, mysterious items are divided into several types, some are ordinary, some are evolutionary, and there are all kinds of strange. If this ring is only one, it is nothing, but I didn't expect it, turned out to be a pair of rings. Does the ring have the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2? Yu Ning asked. Ji Mingxia nodded, according to normal, a pair of rings is a special mysterious item, and it will definitely have a unique ability. But I'm not very sure, I've never heard of it before, this can still have in pairs. In the plot of the original book, this pair of rings has never appeared at all, and Ji Mingxia has no way of guessing about the abilities of the two rings. After arriving at the hotel, let's get acquainted with the environment and find Li Yu as soon as possible. I can pretend to be a fan of Li Yu and mobilize Zhao Zhuayuet and they will also pay attention to me. I will see someone first. Ji Mingxia said, it's best to convince her to give up the ring before she has an accident. Along the way, the two chatted and refreshed their mobile phone information from time to time. After sitting in the car for so long on weekdays, Ji Mingxia would definitely feel dizzy, nauseated and uncomfortable. But the strange thing is that after sitting down with Yu Ning, he didn't feel any discomfort at all, and even felt that 3 hours had passed in a flash. Xuanzhuang Resort, located in the Forest Hot Spring Valley of Nanzhou City, is a newly developed 5-star scenic hotel. The hotel is built on the edge of the forest, covering a vast area, with a Chinese garden design, and the internal structure integrates the local ethnic characteristics. It can be said that the hotel itself is one of the important landscapes of the scenic spot. Before Ji Mingxia came, he only looked at the pictures on the internet. There are too many deceived photos these days, and people are numb after watching them for a long time. It wasn't until now that the car dealership arrived in front of the hotel that Ji Mingxia was shocked. No wonder there are so many internet celebrities Amway. The internet is full of propaganda. It can be seen from the architecture that the scenic spot is indeed rich. After the car was parked, the doorman pushed the luggage away. Under the guidance of the staff, Ji Mingxia and Yu Ning entered the courtyard of the reception. Zhao Shuiyue and others arrived at the hotel an hour ago, and now they have entered the room to rest. Ji Mingxia first used his ID card to swipe the reserved room information, and then said to the staff at the front desk of the hotel, "Hello, the guest in the room I booked needs to be added temporarily, so it is convenient to help." Upgrading a single room to a double room? Upgrade, okay, please wait a moment. The staff said, checking the hotel's check-in information. Ji Mingxia thought at first that it would not be difficult to upgrade from a single room to a double room, but now looking around, she suddenly became a little unsure. During the summer vacation, this scenic spot is also a popular vacation spot on the internet. Although this hotel occupies a large area, it is in the form of a villa, and there are actually not many people who can stay in each area. In case the upgrade fails, he and Yu Ning will sleep in a single room together. There is only one bed in the single room. At this moment, the staff said to Ji Mingxia, "Hello, sorry, the ordinary double room is currently fully booked, and the single room cannot be upgraded temporarily." The staff's voice fell. Not only Ji Mingxia looked over, but even Yu Ning, who was beside him, turned his head consciously. Ji Mingxia didn't expect his hunch to come true, and his face changed slightly. He took the initiative to pull Yu Ning over and agreed that he would take care of him. The two live in a double room together, and it is fair to say that it is too shabby to live in a single room together. Ji Mingxia's sleep is not very good. After falling asleep, she will roll on the bed in a fancy way. It's fine to sleep alone, two people. I can't imagine the picture of Yu Ning being pressed down by him as a meat pad to sleep.